Hey dreamers, welcome to Dan Jones' Sleep Stories. It's time to wrap yourself up in a safe, cozy blanket of dreams as you close your eyes and relax asleep into slumberland while listening to this calming tale where you sleep fast, sleep well, and sleep all night. If you like this bedtime story or have thoughts for future sleep stories, please leave a comment and subscribe to the channel. You can also support the channel on Patreon, where you'll find audio voice-only versions of my sleep stories. Thank you for your continued support. And before the story begins, imagine that you're being told this sleep story to the relaxing backdrop of rain outside. Just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to have a sense of relaxing your mind and body as I count down from 20 to 1. Becoming deeper absorbed in the experience with each number. From 20, beginning to focus on the top of your head, noticing what your head is resting on, how it's supported gently in place, the comfort in and around your head as it rests there. 19. Having a sense of the muscles around your scalp and the back of your head softening and relaxing deeper and deeper, drawing in peace and comfort with each breath that you take, before moving your awareness around your face. 18. Focusing on what it's like for that relaxation to spread around your face, your ears and your cheeks. Having the muscles in these areas soften and relax. 17. Relaxing the muscles around your eyes and across your forehead, while the muscles around the side of your head and over the top of your head begin to relax deeper and deeper. 16. Noticing how you can pay attention to fading tension, or perhaps find that tension dissolves without paying it any attention at all. 15. And you can continue to allow that relaxation to spread down around your mouth, relaxing your lips and your jaw, relaxing the muscles around the side of your neck, around to the back of your neck and around your throat. 14. And as your jaw relaxes and hangs slightly loose, limp and comfortable, that relaxation can continue to move down to your shoulders and your upper back. 13. And I don't know whether that relaxation happens fastest around your shoulders, or in the upper back, or perhaps down the tops or the front of your shoulders. As that relaxation progresses around your back and your chest, softening and relaxing those muscles fully, deeply and comfortably. 12. And as those muscles soften and relax while you rest there, that relaxation can begin to spread down the arms to the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. 11. And I don't know which arm will relax fully fastest, whether it'll be the left arm or the right arm, or whether the arms will relax at the same rate and speed as each other. 10. And as that relaxation continues through those arms, it can flow down through your stomach, your sides and lower back, all the way down to your bottom, before extending deeply down through your legs to the tips of your toes. 9. And as your body becomes deeper and deeper relaxed, while you drift into the most pleasant sleep, so your mind begins to relax as a wave of healing light gently passes down through your body. 8. You begin to have a sense of that healing light touching your forehead, enveloping your face and head with healing deep relaxation, absorbing comfortably and gently into you with each in-breath that you take. 7. Filling you with peace and calm, spreading that healing, restorative, recuperative light down through your body, calming your mind. 6. Breathing in healing, calm relaxation. And breathing out any stress or tension. 5. Aware of that healing light passing down your neck, softening and relaxing those muscles, spreading that healing light throughout the neck as it spreads down with the next breath to your shoulders, around the back of your neck and down into your arms. 4. Gradually continuing that flow of healing light all the way to the tips of the fingers. 3. And with another in-breath, the healing light can spread down through the body, softening and relaxing muscles, healing deep within the body, filling the body with pleasure and deep relaxation. 2. As the light journeys down around your stomach, your lower back and sides, into your buttocks and all the way down to the soles of your feet, perhaps noticing your whole mind and body filling with a deep sense of peace and calm. 1. And as you allow that light to flow with each breath, you can find your mind drifting deeper and deeper asleep as you drift comfortably into this story. And the night is still, and it's the winter solstice, and the stars seem to be hanging so delicately in the sky, and there is frost clinging gently to the branches of trees, to leaves, to blades of grass. The cold air hangs so heavily and peaceful in the night sky. There's a stillness to this environment, and in the heart of this stillness is a lantern, but it's no ordinary lantern. This lantern was created with starlight. The lantern flickers with that starlight, almost like evoking a lullaby within. And this lantern rises from the ground, almost as if carried on an invisible current of air. It floats over the sleeping world below, its light shimmering and dancing as it goes. And this lantern is a magical lantern. It floats above the land, listening to the thoughts of those below, to their wishes, to their unspoken desires. And the lantern moves through the night sky, so calmly, so relaxing, with barely anyone paying it attention. And far below, as it drifts above, nestled among some rolling hills, is a farm. The fields stretch out so softly, quietly. The sounds of cows breathing, and the sight of 8 maids milking. And among those maids is a young woman, and her hands are moving automatically as her mind drifts far away. And while lost in her thoughts, occasionally gazing up at the sky, she has a wish. She isn't speaking, and it's only a few days to Christmas, and every year she finds herself here tending to the cows while her family gathers without her. And she has just one simple wish: to spend Christmas with her family, to have just a single day where she can laugh and share in the warmth of the gathering, rather than working out here on the farm. And as that lantern continues to drift by silently, the woman feels a warmth on her skin, a sprig of hope, a light enveloping her. She feels that there's something different now, but is unsure what. And that lantern continues to pass over, continuing to gather up more wishes. It floats so effortlessly through the night sky, listening to the whispers of people's minds. Below, noticing children running across snow-covered streets, boots crunching with each step, cheeks flushed from the cold, eyes shining with happiness, snowballs flying through the air, exploding in powdery clouds as they strike their targets. A group of the children huddled together with snow-clad mittens while working together to roll a giant snowball to be the base of a snowman. And beneath the joyful sounds of those children, the lantern senses something more. One of the boys, with a crooked hat and a scarf trailing behind him, is lost in thought, gazing at the sky. The other children around him, playing, laughing, conversing, all talking of Christmas and presents and stockings, of sweets and biscuits. And that one boy longs for something more. They'll see their parents at Christmas. The parents will spend time with them at Christmas. But they would like their parents around, to spend time with them more than just Christmas Day, to tell them stories, to enjoy the warmth as a family. They know that their parents work really hard, very long hours away from home, to make sure they can provide for them as a family. And they never complain. They just wish that they could have more time together as a family. And that child begins to feel a warmth of light envelop them as if something's changing, while that lantern gathers up the wishes and dreams. It continues its journey, heading away from a village, heading deeper into the night. The sounds of the children laughing and playing, drifting into the background, and beyond the village, where the cottages grow sparse and the land stretches out into the most pleasant undulating fields, is a small solitary cottage nestled gently at the edge of some woodland, its roof covered in a blanket of snow, a stream of smoke lazily curling from the chimney. The cottage feels so still, as if time itself has slowed to match the steady crackling of logs burning on the fire within the main room of that cottage. And there's an elderly woman sitting by that fire in her old chair, that chair creaking softly as she rests back, her hands folded over her lap, her eyes tired, but almost mesmerized by the dancing fire, the way it flickers, the shadows and light. A cold cup of tea sitting, untouched, on a small table beside her. The lamp detects a peacefulness here, but it's a silence of absence, of loneliness. The lamp is drawn in by that quiet longing, lingering gently in the air. The woman doesn't speak. She's barely spoken about her thoughts for years, but her heart feels deeply. She longs for company, for someone to share quiet nights with, someone to sit by the fire with, to fill the silence with stories, with laughter, with the comfort of the presence of others. And it's at this time, approaching Christmas, where she's really reminded of her longings. And that lantern continues to drift by, and the woman feels a warmth, a comfort, a softness spread through her body. As the lantern absorbs her wishes and dreams, and continues its journey, heading deeper and deeper into the expanse of the countryside. And as it continues out into the countryside, so it detects a lone shepherd standing like a shadowy figure within the snowy expanse, his flock of sheep moving slowly, their thick wool coats blending with that snow. The only sound breaking the silence being the soft bleats of those sheep. The shepherd's eyes weary but calm. His mind worrying about caring for these animals during these harsh winter months. The lantern passing overhead, and the shepherd, lost in thought, wishing just for the safety of his flock. As that lantern continues passing by, absorbing wishes and dreams, continuing over another village nestled deep in a valley, hearing the sound of metal striking metal, the rhythmic clang of the hammer, and inside a small forge, lit by the glow of an intense fire, is a blacksmith working late into the night. The heat from that forge pushing back any cold from the day. And this blacksmith is a man of deep strength and skill, an expert at crafting tools and weapons. And as he continues to work in that forge, that lantern passes overhead, and he feels a warmth, not connected to the warmth of the fire. And this blacksmith wishes deep within his heart that he could stop having to keep making tools and weapons, and instead create something beautiful, something delicate, something creative, something that shares a part of himself, that will perhaps live on long after he does. And that lantern continues drifting by, and that lantern drifts deeper and deeper through the night before heading over to some ancient woodland. And it lowers down into that woodland, begins to pass through the tall trees, its light reflecting off the trunks of those trees, the leaves overhead, the rustling branches. And in the very centre of this woodland is a simple cabin. The lantern hovers at the cabin. The cabin door gently creaks open, and from within the cabin emerges a sage. And this old man with silver hair and long flowing robes reaches out, takes hold of that lantern, takes it into the cabin. He sits down with the lantern, closes his eyes, holding that lantern, feeling the warmth of the light passing from the lantern down both his hands, deep within his body. And he listens to that lantern through the light. And as he listens one by one, he receives the wishes from within the lantern, each one like a soft melody playing in his mind. He sees the wish of the maid's desire to spend Christmas with her family. Such a simple and heartfelt wish. And with a soft breath out, ripples of magic spread from within the sage into the world outside. And far away on that farm, a neighbouring family wakes up with a sudden urge to help, to offer assistance, to offer to take over her chores for that day, to give the farmer's daughter a chance to spend Christmas with her family. He perceives the wish of the child, longing for more time with their parents, and time together with family. But the parents, worrying about having to work long hours to provide for their family. And with an out-breath, magic spreads out around the land. And the parents' bosses awaken with a thought of giving a slight raise and offering for the parents to work fewer hours while still earning enough to provide for their families, allowing the parents to spend more time with their children. And the sage picks up on the wishes of the elderly lady, relaxing by her fire. And magic passes out from that sage with an out-breath, spreads through the land to some of the elderly lady's relatives, who suddenly stir with thoughts that they've not seen her for a while, and that perhaps they should visit more often. And spend time together. And then the sage picks up on the wishes of the blacksmith and spreads magic out with an out-breath. to a nearby manor where a husband awakens with this thought of an idea of some metalwork of an object they would like created for their wife, an intricate creative ornament, and that they're going to go to the local blacksmith to pay them handsomely to do that work, and that if they do that work, they'll tell all their friends. And they'll show their friends, and their wife will show their friends. And then they may well get many more similar commissions to do creative pieces of work. And the sage rests back, having gone through helping to grant the wishes of those around them. And they let go and release the lantern, which drifts back off towards the door. The sage heads over and opens the door as that lantern leaves to continue to gather up wishes. And the sage, with a sense of fulfillment and happiness they can be helpful, settles back down again by that fire. The maid, enjoying time with her family. The child, enjoying having their parents around more. The lonely elderly lady, enjoying the company of friends and relatives who haven't visited in years. The blacksmith, enjoying crafting new items, delicately creative items. And as days pass on, so the lantern continues through the year, observing, listening, preparing to gather up dreams and wishes to be granted by the sage in the future. And the sage rests down, and as the fire burns down to embers in the sage's cabin, the sage heads to bed, settles down so comfortable and calmly, and drifts and floats so peacefully asleep into slumberland. And the morning begins to unfurl slowly, the sky transforming as the sun begins to rise, the world still quiet, as if perhaps wrapped in the softness of a dream. The only movement is the serene glide of two adult swans across a river, which reflects the glow of the morning sky. Their long necks curve with such grace so gentle, each movement sending the laziest ripples across the still water. And behind those two adult swans are 5 small cygnets following along, their fluffy grey forms bobbing delicately on the water's surface as they paddle with hesitant, almost jerky movements. In an awkward kind of way, still learning how to copy their parents' strokes. The air is so crisp and fresh, and there are trees lining the riverbank with newly green leaves dancing in the breeze. With spring finally arriving, following the memory of winter, with daisies and buttercups and wildflowers spread through the meadow around the river. And the scent of those flowers, the sight of those flowers, the movement of the grasses as the wind gently tickles the surface of the land. And as the sun continues to climb higher into the sky, the swans continue swimming. And as those swans swim, so the sounds of nature envelop them, the rustling leaves of trees, the hum of bees, the soft lapping of water. Eventually, as those cygnets continue to grow up, summer arrives, warming the water, filling the landscape with most beautiful light, and life stretched everywhere. The cygnet's grey feathers showing hints of white, as they change towards the swans they'll soon become. Bees busily visiting different wildflowers, birds darting between trees, the world seeming so alive and vibrant. Each day stretching so long, feeling almost like a day will last forever. And the swans find themselves absorbed in the rhythm of the day, while moving so lazily and relaxed through the water. Finding that water so refreshing under the summer sun. And in the summer afternoons, the swans continue to drift lazily down the river, enjoying the tall grasses, the soft breeze, way the air moves across the surface of the water. And while swimming by the bank of the river, their feathers brush against the grasses. And the swans leave the water and head up onto the land, waddling along the land, exploring the land around this river. And taking some time to rest on the side of the river, almost drifting pleasantly into dreams. And then, as summer continues on, it passes into autumn, with days shortening, a cool nip tickling the air, leaves darkening and browning, and turning more rustly as they hang in the trees, before finding their way from the branches to the ground, the water cooling, the days shortening. As the swan family glides across the river with deliberate, delicate movements. The landscape around, now different to how it looked before. Leaves surrounding the riverbank that crunch underfoot. A certain stillness to the environment that helps them sink deeper and more peacefully into the calmness of the moment. The air becoming more crisp, as the swans continue to explore their river, as they have done all year. Aware of how, as they glide along the river, the landscape has changed from the lush greens to the golden colours and the browns that inhabit the landscape now, from the long, warm days to the cool softness of the current days. And there's something they find magical about journeying downstream, about noticing the way the world around them shifts and changes with time. As they drift deeper and become more absorbed in the beauty of every moment of every day, aware of the different bird sounds they've heard through the year, how these have changed as different birds arrive and leave at different points across the year. As the sun sinks lower in the sky, long shadows cast across the water. The swans moving in harmony with nature, drifting deeper and deeper into the quiet of the environment. As autumn transitions softly to winter, with the first snow beginning to fall so gracefully and delicately, with soft wisps of snowflakes gliding down to the ground, each flake suspended in a spiral of time, descending so softly and slowly, as if considering where the best place to land is, while the swans continue to paddle through the cool water, watching the world around them transform like the colour being drained from the landscape as the snow falls. Each snowflake like a tiny star descending in a dreamlike way to create the softest blanket of white across this landscape. The sky, a comfortable grey, blending the horizon between the earth and the sky, almost making it feel like the two are connected, while the swans continue to enjoy exploring their river and the way their home changes through time. And the swans step out of the river and explore the snowy shore, the way their wide feet leave soft impressions in that untouched snow. Their steps not sinking in quite as deep as they imagined they would. The air so still, so peaceful, as if time itself is standing still, as if the world is drifting deeper and deeper into its own dream. The swans exploring in an unhurried way, and as winter continues on, so the edge of the river begins to develop a little area of ice, and the swans are large enough that their bodies can break that ice with ease, the way it cracks as they lean against it, or if they step on it, the water feeling thicker as the coldness of the environment sets in. But the swans being unbothered by the experience, just enjoying the changes, enjoying this new world with a deep sense of curiosity. And as night unfolds and the moon rises, casting its silvery glow across the landscape, The swans glide effortlessly across the river, each stroke continuing to send gentle ripples out across this river to the shore. Having a sense that their movement and presence is sending ripples out through time, and they glide through the water with such harmony and ease, feeling a sense of peace and tranquility and stillness around them. And then the swans find the perfect place to settle down. They leave the river, find that sheltered spot, tuck themselves in, tuck their heads under their wing, huddled together for warmth and comfort, before closing their eyes, considering how the next stage is another spring, and they'll all probably go their separate ways and find new families as they relax down, huddle up, and drift and float, so peacefully and relaxed asleep into slumberland. And this story is about an owl who lives in a forest. And it's Christmas Eve. And there's a layer of snow glistening under the fading twilight, and the sky is a deep, beautiful blue. As the last of the day fades away, and the stars blink to life, and high in the branches of an ancient oak tree sits an owl, silent and motionless, her golden eyes wide and watchful, catching the glow of the rising moon. And the owl surveys the sleeping world beneath her, the air so crisp and sharp, laced with the most beautiful scent of the pine, and a freshness to the cold air. And as the occasional breeze catches the trees, so some of the snow gently floats to the ground, like dusting, settling lazily through the air. And the owl blends so well with the bark of the tree, barely visible to passers-by. And the landscape looks so gentle and calm as night sets in, and it's as if everything is preparing to sleep. The occasional breeze making the trees gently rock. And far off in the distance is a brook trickling through this forest, the edges of which are covered with ice, the sound barely audible to anyone but an owl. The snow cushioning any reflections of sounds, absorbing the echoes. The night deepening around the forest, the stillness almost palpable. A deep sense of peace and calm. The occasional distant sound of birds as they settle into the trees for the night, and other sounds of other creatures, and some sounds of creatures waking for the night. And the owl drops off the branch, spreads their wings, and silently and gracefully slices through the cool air, flying through this forest, looking down upon the landscape. The silvery light of the moon reflecting like diamonds across the snow. Shadows under the trees dancing, and the very slight occasional breeze. The landscape giving a serene beauty. The owl flying so effortlessly, barely moving their wings. As she flies, she sees a den with a fox coming out of that den, and she can sense that there are other foxes still wrapped up, warm and comfy within the den. She follows the brook as it leads down to a lake. And as she flies over the lake, its stillness makes it reflect almost like a mirror. And she lands on a branch of a tree near the lake. As she watches 6 geese swimming around in that lake. And then she notices those geese leaving the lake, heading to their nests. And she watches on with intrigue, curious about what's happening with those geese. And then she sees that there are other animals heading over towards those geese. A badger, the fox she saw earlier, a deer, a squirrel. These various animals from within the forest are all heading to those geese. And then they stand around the geese. And as she watches on, and those geese are resting there on those nests. And the owl notices that each one is laying an egg. And the circle of animals seem to have bought different items from throughout the forest, moss and twigs. They help pad out each nest. They help support those newly laid eggs in surviving through the winter. And the owl watches each egg being laid. And those 6 geese lay those eggs. And rest on those eggs, keeping them warm. Looking after those eggs until they're ready to hatch. And as the days pass on, from day to day through the winter, so those geese remain on those eggs, and the animals of the forest come and go to keep an eye on those geese and those eggs, supporting those geese through this process, before eventually one day the eggs begin to hatch as the snow begins to clear. And once all of the eggs have hatched, so the owl can see all those geese on that lake, the animals watching on, praising this new life in the forest. And after a night of relaxing and watching the goings on of these geese, the owl settles down and drifts and floats so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into slumberland. And Vera steps outside, the cold air tickling her cheeks, a scarf pulled snugly around her neck. And as she walks in the brisk winter wind, feeling the weight of her coat resting on her shoulders, protecting her from the cold, she enjoys the feeling of being out on this chilly winter afternoon. There are grey clouds hanging overhead, stretching way off to the horizon. Streets are quiet and still. The houses stand so silently, their windows reflecting the afternoon light. And smoke rises from the various chimneys, barely visible against the backdrop of grey clouds. And Vera inhales deeply and comfortably, feeling the sensation of the cold air. As she breathes that in, it passes in through her nose, down into her body, and then breathes out, a cloud of air warmer than the surrounding air. noticing that faint scent of burning wood mixed with the crispness of frost. As the smell from the various fires within the houses mingles with the cold air outside, and although windy and overcast, there's a certain peacefulness and stillness to the world around her, with very few people moving around. Almost like there's a solitude enveloping everything, as if the world is wrapped in a blanket of calm. And as she continues to walk, the sound of each step on the cold stone beneath her feet, she enjoys the sound as she occasionally walks over fallen leaves, that gentle crunching sound. And after a while of walking, she can see the first flicker of light in the distance from the Christmas market down in the town, and she enjoys each year coming along to this Christmas market. The various stalls, the soft glow of fairy lights strung between those stalls, the decorations, the music, giving the town such a cosy, calming feel. And Vera feels that this sight just brings her such joy, and there's a bit more warmth here in the market. The chestnuts roasting, with some outdoor seating spaces, with fires for warmth. And she begins to explore the market, to the backdrop of the murmur of the voices around her, the sounds of the different traders trying to get customers' attention. Some of the stalls have lanterns hanging delicately within them, creating flickering shadows, dancing around the inside of marquees and small tents, and across the cobblestoned path. And as she walks, she passes a stall containing cakes, smells that scent of the different cakes, the spiced wintry cakes. Another stall with mulled wine. Continuing walking, she can smell the scent of cinnamon, orange zest, and other sweet smells. And while walking around this market, she hears singing and sees a small choir singing familiar carols. With a small circle of people enjoying the performance. And Vera always enjoys the way that the market transforms the dullness of winter into something so beautiful, with the soft glow of the lights. The way everyone seems so friendly and happy to see each other, and the joy of the festive decorations. And she continues looking around these stalls, and while walking around, she can see children playing, children walking along holding parents' hands and grandparents' hands, couples with their hands intertwined, and some wrapping each other up into their arms for warmth as they explore the market, pointing at different items, making purchases, admiring the different stalls. And as she explores, so she eventually finds her attention drawn to a stall selling delicate glass ornaments, each one glowing and glistening so beautifully under the lantern's light, seeming to almost shimmer and sparkle. These glass ornaments, handmade, so fragile and intricate. Some shaped as Christmas tree decorations like snowflakes, their edges seeming so fine and almost too delicate to touch. And she thinks of how difficult it must have been to make such ornaments by hand. And while exploring, now with a bag with a well wrapped up glass ornament within it, she can smell the scent of pine needles and the other scents around her. As she approaches the centre of the market, where there's a tall Christmas tree wrapped in decorations and baubles and Christmas lights, gently pulsing and changing. And people stood around taking photographs of this Christmas tree, and others doing their best to walk around those who are taking photographs. And the scene seems so magical, so calming, as the light continues to dim around her, as the afternoon draws on and the sky is still overcast, and so she can't actually see the sun passing across the sky, but she can notice that the light around her is dimming. And Vera heads over to a small cafe tucked delicately between two stalls. She sits on the cold wooden bench at a wooden table as she's served a cup of tea and a cake. Then she looks around her and watches the world pass by. While gently holding that cup between her hands, feeling its warmth spread gently through her fingers. drifting into her mind as she lazily drinks that drink. The steam from the drink rising and meeting with the cold air before dispersing as people continue to explore the market. And as she rests there, drinking that drink, so her thoughts begin to drift to memories of different times, to recalling family home life growing up, a small, cosy home filled with warmth. The sights and sounds and scents as her parents decorated the house for winter. The warm, crackling log fire in the living room. The twinkling lights hung around the room, the decorations on the tree. And she allows herself to be absorbed in those memories, enjoying the pleasant experience in her mind. Now all grown up, and much, much older than back then. Her family is spread all over the place. But on Christmas Day, they all come together to enjoy time with each other, enjoy a cosy roast dinner. And she gets to enjoy her grandchildren running through the rooms, playing, watching them open their presents. And as her mind drifts and floats, so she recalls a set of 5 golden napkin rings she was bought last year. And she thinks about how she'll have to seek those rings out, to lay out the dining room table, and she looks forward to seeing her family, having them all coming together at the same place at the same time. And after finishing her drink, she sets back off from this cafe, heading back, exploring the market. As she explores, so she buys some veg and the meat and other items for the Christmas dinner. She picks up a few items like last-minute presents for her family that she just happened to see in this market. Handmade goods she knows they won't be able to get anywhere else. She finds a set of the most beautiful napkins and feels they'll go nicely with the gold rings she received last year. And so she then heads back through the market as the sun is now fully set and the evening has set in so comfortably. And she heads home with her goods. She does some of the preparation for Christmas Day's dinner. She relaxes in front of the fire for a while before heading to bed, drifting and floating so peacefully asleep. And the next day, on Christmas Day, she continues to prepare the Christmas dinner. She makes sure the house looks so cozy, so calming and festive. As the family members turn up, and as they turn up, so they greet her so happily, sometimes with gifts, sometimes with just an item or two to eat or drink through the day. And Vera mixes and mingles with her family, while at times being in the kitchen, preparing the food. But having done some preparation beforehand, this helps her to be able to spend more time with her family. Then she pops up to the bedroom to get the presents that she has wrapped for her family, and takes them downstairs and places them under the tree. And other family members with presents place what they've brought along under the tree too. And then late afternoon, they all sit around the table, enjoying the meal. And after the first course, they pull the crackers, wear the crowns, tell each other ridiculous jokes, look at the different items found within the crackers, enjoying each other's company. Before then enjoying the main meal, then the dessert, and then by late afternoon they sit around in the living room, the children on the floor near the Christmas tree, the adults in the chairs, trying not to fall asleep to their full stomachs. And they go around asking the children to take one present at a time and pass them from under the Christmas tree to the relevant person. And they enjoy taking it in turns to watch each other open their presents and watch the children open their presents. And by the early evening, the children are playing with their presents. The adults are all talking, catching up with each other, sharing stories, occasionally reminiscing, laughing, and sometimes just sitting there relaxing with a drink. And then as the evening moves on, so the different sets of family members say their goodbyes and set off on their journeys back home. And after everyone has gone and the evening's getting later, Vera, feeling deep contentment in her heart, finishes tidying away and cleaning up before relaxing down for a while, enjoying the peace and quiet, the cozy feeling of resting, and thinking back on the family she's seen today, before then heading to bed, where she drifts and floats so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And it's Christmas Eve and a girl is in a car, and the world outside the car is quiet, wrapped in the crispness of winter. The air is cold, turning any breath into delicate clouds that float upwards before disappearing softly into the night. Snowflakes are tumbling lazily through the sky, each flake drifting and dancing in the beams of street lamps, and they settle soundlessly on rooftops and tree branches, turning the world into the most magical scene. And inside the car, the girl is nestled warmly in her coat and scarf, her cheeks still slightly pink from the cold outside. The hum of the engine feeling so comforting, like the gentle purring of a cat. And her parents are in the front, their voices low and soft, adding to that deeper sense of calm. And she leans her head gently against the window, where her breath creates a fine mist, and she peers out at the world. And Christmas lights glow from every house that they pass, wrapped around trees and rooftops, twinkling like stars caught in the branches. There's a quiet rhythm to it all, as if the lights themselves are breathing softly, pulsing with the rhythm of the night. And the girl smiles and turns to her parents, her voice breaking the peaceful hum of the car. I spy with my little eye something green. Her parents, warm with the joy of the evening, play along. A Christmas tree, her mother guesses, her voice light and playful. The girl shakes her head, giggling a little. Nope. It's the reindeer, the one in the garden over there, she exclaims, pointing at a glowing reindeer decoration that stands proudly in front of a house, its soft green light glowing warmly under the snow as though It too is part of the magic of the night. They continue the game as the car weaves through the snowy streets. She spots candles flickering in windows, wreaths adorned with ribbons, trees standing tall. Her father guesses wrong deliberately, his overdramatic disappointment making her giggle even more. Soon her thoughts begin to wander. The night feels magical and her mind drifts to one of her favourite questions. She gazes out at the passing houses, her eyes wide with curiosity, and asks, what happens to the toys when the shop closes? Her father catches her eyes in the rearview mirror and smiles. He takes his time before answering, as if he's considering something very important. Well, he says, after the doors are locked and the lights go out, the toys come to life. They've been waiting all day for that moment. The girl's eyes widen with delight. They really come to life, she asks, leaning even closer to the window as if she might catch a glimpse of this secret world. Her father nods, his voice gentle with the kind of magic that belongs only to Christmas. Oh yes, they have their own little town inside the shop. They laugh, they dance, they even have adventures of their own. The girl's imagination flares to life. She pictures the toy shop, quiet and still during the day, but at night becomes something extraordinary. Her father's words settle deep in her mind, painting pictures of toy-sized streets and lively adventures as though they're memories of something she's always known. The streetlights flicker by and her thoughts drift. Her father's tale growing roots in her mind, like a dream just waiting to bloom. And the car moves so smoothly over the snow-covered road, its tires barely making a sound. Inside, the warmth wraps around the girl like the most comfortable blanket. The steady hum of the engine, low, soothing, as though the world outside is slowing down and inviting her to relax even deeper. And the streetlights continue to flicker past, casting their light across the windscreen, the glow moving across the glass in slow, rhythmic waves, as if time is stretching and melting, elongating the moments between each wave. Each light sweeping over the car guides the girl deeper and deeper into a peaceful place in her mind, her eyelids becoming heavier and heavier, the world outside blurring into a soft blend of colours, the white snow, the warm golden lights, the deep blue of the night sky, the snowflakes falling and drifting softly and lazily through the air. And as the girl watches those streetlights flicker by, almost mesmerized by the rhythm of the night. It almost feels hypnotic and starts to match the gentle rise and fall of her breath, in and out, in and out. The car humming softly, guiding her deeper and deeper into relaxation. Her mind drifts and floats away from the game of I Spy and into a world of imagination. The toy shop, the toys coming to life. It starts to feel so real. She can almost see them, hear the soft murmur of their laughter, feel the anticipation as they wait to wake for the night. Her breathing slowing, her eyelids fluttering closed. Gently, softly, drifting to sleep. And in her dream, she's standing in front of a toy shop, its windows glowing with the last flickers of holiday light. The glass gleams warmly, casting the most pleasant golden light on the snow-covered pavement. She recognizes that this toy shop is the one she visited earlier in the day. The shelves filled with dolls and plush animals and toys of all shapes and sizes. But here, in her dream, everything feels different. Time has slowed as though the whole world is taking a deep, comfortable breath. The wooden sign above the door swings gently in the breeze. The hum of the world outside fades into a gentle stillness, setting over the street. She watches as the light inside the shop begins to dim. One by one, lights go out, and the toys are bathed in a soft half-light as though the shop itself is preparing for something. For a moment everything is still, and then from the edges of the shelves a soft glow begins to shimmer, faint at first but growing brighter. The toys, which have been still and quiet all day, now begin to stir. It's a slow, gentle awakening. Plush animals stretch their limbs, as if shaking off a long sleep. Dolls blink their eyes. Soldiers standing tall on shelves adjust their uniforms with precision. The aisles between the shelves begin to shift, the walls gently pulling back, expanding into something new. What was once a simple row of toys transforms into streets lined with tiny houses made from blocks, puzzle pieces and toy boxes. The shelves stretch higher, and the shop itself seems to breathe, expanding and shifting into a whole world of its own. It's no longer just a shop. It's now a magical town glowing softly with life. The girl feels a deep sense of wonder. Everything feels slow, gentle, as if the toys are moving to the rhythm of a quiet melody that only they can hear. Laughter rises softly, full of joy as toys of every kind come together in the streets, greeting one another after a long day of waiting. Plush animals bounce along the streets, their fur warm and soft, their eyes gleaming with happiness. Dolls in dresses twirl, their skirts swirling around them in gentle arcs, while soldiers march in graceful steps. Everything moves in slow motion. The girl's never seen anything quite like this, and yet something about it feels so familiar, as though this magical world was always meant to exist, hidden just beneath the surface of the everyday. Among the bustling toy streets, the girl notices a soft, fluffy teddy bear standing at the edge of the street. The teddy's golden fur glows warmly in the light, and its round, kind eyes shine with a sparkle of quiet adventure. It looks out over the magical town with a thoughtful expression, as if thinking about something important. Its soft paws rest at its sides, but its stance holds a gentle, determined energy. The teddy glances around as if searching for something, and soon spots a small group of toys nearby, a jack-in-the-box, a graceful ballerina, and a sturdy, wind-up soldier. The jack-in-the-box bounces over gently, the lid creaking softly as it moves with excitement. The ballerina stands poised, her delicate arms arched above her head, her tutu fluttering slightly in the dreamlike air. The soldier, standing tall, watches over them with a steady, protective gaze. The teddy steps forward, gathering the toys into a small circle. The girl watches, her heart quiet with curiosity, as the teddy speaks in a soft, gentle voice. There's a sense of purpose in its words, not rushed, but filled with a quiet urgency. Something important must be done tonight. There's a place far beyond these streets, the teddy says. Pixie Dell, it's where the magic is hidden. The fairy dust that can give us life, real life beyond this night. The toys listen, their eyes wide and excited. If we find the fairy dust tonight, we'll never have to wait in the future. We'll be able to live and play with children. We'll be able to be awake always. This is their one chance, their one night to find the magic that will change everything. As they walk through the enchanted streets, the girl watches on. There's something beautiful, something deeply calming about the way the toys move, the way they embark on their quest with such gentle determination. The toys walk side by side, heading towards something magical, something just out of reach. They come upon an old wooden door, tucked away at the edge of the town. Unlike the other doors, which are painted brightly and neatly, this one is older, half covered in ivy and mistletoe. The wood is worn smooth, but it feels so inviting. The teddy steps forward first, glances back at the others, and pulls the door open. Behind the door is a shimmering portal. Its silvery light moving gently, glistening and glowing, like moonlight on a pond. One by one, the toys step through that portal. As they pass through, the world changes. They find themselves in a new land, even more magical than the toy town they've left behind. Snow falls slowly and silently from the sky, each flake seeming to hang in the air longer than it should, twinkling softly in the dim light. Everything seems to have a dreamlike glow to it. The air feels crisp and fresh, yet slightly warmer, and it smells faintly of cinnamon and pine, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to the senses. The ground is soft, with powdered snow that feels almost like walking on clouds. Every movement they make is slow and deliberate. The trees that line this magical land seem to tower higher above them, branches draped with twinkling lights glowing from within, and the toys gaze around in wonder, their eyes wide with the beauty of this world. There's something deeply peaceful here, something that makes each step feel lighter and more relaxed. In the distance, the teddy spots something shimmering at the far end of the path. They move together towards that, and as they continue to journey deeper into this land, they eventually discover a glimmering, shining, sparkling river. Its surface as smooth and still as glass. The water seems to glow faintly. The toys gaze into the river, and on the banks of that river they notice glowing creatures. Their bodies twinkling like fireflies, drifting lazily along the water's edge. And they seem to be watching the toys with gentle curiosity. And the teddy bear and their friends continue along the edge of this river. Each step like walking deeper into the heart of magic. And they reach a clearing, a beautiful glade bathed in soft light. And at at the heart of this glade, this pixie dell that they've been seeking, they see that the fairy dust they are after is just scattered across the ground like stardust, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. The teddy kneels down, its paws sifting through the fairy dust, feeling its delicate, almost weightless texture. The toys begin to gather the dust, excited by the magic they're collecting. And the dust begins to twinkle and shine and sparkle. And once they've gathered all that dust, they start to head back the way they came. They head all the way back to that portal, through the portal, back into that magical town. The streets are quiet, with the townfolk waiting for them. The teddy bear, holding the dust carefully, leads the way. All the toys are gathered along the streets. Different toy animals and dolls and wooden figures, all moving along the streets and gathering in the town centre. And as the group arrive at the town centre, the air seems so still, and the teddy begins to sprinkle that fairy dust over the toys, and the dust drifts down like snowflakes, filling the air with a faint tinkling sound, like the sound of distant chimes. And the dust floats slowly and gently, settling over each toy with a warmth that feels like a gentle embrace. And as the dust touches them, the toys feel something stirring inside them, a slow, gentle warmth spreading from their hearts, filling them with a soft light, a peaceful glow, reflecting the magic of the fairy dust. And they discover they're no longer bound by the limits of their world. They'll be able to wake, to play, to live beyond this night. The thought fills them with joy and contentment. And as the last of the fairy dust settles, the air grows softer and warmer. The golden glow begins to blur. The entire town seems to be melting into a dream. The girl, still part of the dream, feels herself floating gently, as though the magic is carrying her deeper and deeper into the heart of sleep. The scene around her softens like watercolours blending on a page. She can feel the warmth of the toy's joy, the happiness they exude. The sounds of this toy town begin to fade, becoming quieter and quieter. The girl's breathing slows as she sinks deeper and deeper into a comfortable sleep. And the glow of the toy town fades into the background until all that's left is a warm golden comfort. And she feels herself drifting pleasantly into a more peaceful sleep, and the world outside is so calm and gentle, and the girl wakes wrapped in the warmth of her blankets to the sound of 4 cawing blackbirds perched outside her bedroom window. Their song is soft, mingling gently with the quiet of the morning, the first light of day. Aware she must have been asleep in the car and carried in by a parent to bed, and managed to sleep through the experience. And curious about that toy shop, the sense of that dream lingering in her mind. She feels that she can almost hear the soft hum of that toy shop. She can almost see the streets glowing with life, the toys on their mission. It's Christmas morning and she races downstairs. She bounds into the living room, and beneath the tree, presents are stacked neatly, wrapped in bright paper and ribbons. The family gathered around, talking softly and friendly. She sits on the floor cross-legged, touching the different presents and the ribbons. And with her family, she begins to unwrap her gifts. And among the toys and books, one present catches her eye, a small, neatly wrapped box with a simple red ribbon, and she pulls it onto her lap, carefully unties the bow, and as she peels away the paper, she gives a gentle gasp. It's a teddy bear, golden and soft, with round, twinkling eyes that seem to hold a secret just for her. She feels her heart skip a beat as she recognizes it's the teddy from her dream, the one who led the toys through the portal, who sprinkled that fairy dust and brought the magic to life. She hugs that bear tightly, burying her face in its soft fur, holding on to its warmth, its magic, feeling a deep and instant connection as she squeezes it close, feeling happiness settle over her, as though the dream is still with her. The teddy's eyes twinkle, and deep inside her heart she feels something warm and familiar. She holds it tighter, and for a moment it's as though that dream had never ended. Then Christmas Day passes with warmth and joy, the house filled with laughter, the sense of festive meals, the family sharing stories, unwrapping gifts, and the teddy bear stays by her side all day, tucked gently under her arm as she moves from room to room. And as the day begins to fade into evening, and the sunlight melts away into the horizon, she's aware that it's bedtime. She heads upstairs to the sound of the ticking clock. Her parents kiss her goodnight, their voices soft as they wish her sweet dreams. She feels their love wrapping around her. They turn out the light, with just the faintest glow coming from outside. And she begins to drift and float asleep. And the teddy bear, once still, blinks softly, its eyes twinkling with magic. It looks around the room, carefully pulls the covers up around itself, tucks them snugly under its chin, before glancing over lovingly at the girl sleeping beside it. And she's already in a deep sleep, breathing slow and steady. And the teddy smiles, shifts a little closer to her, and with a quiet sigh, closes its eyes and drifts deeply and peacefully asleep. And as they drift and float asleep, so they sleep soundly to the magic of Christmas lingering in the air, drifting peacefully asleep into slumberland. And Reg wakes slowly as if the gentle tug of morning pulls him from a deep, tranquil dream. His eyes open to the dim light of a winter dawn, filtering through the small window of his stone cottage. For a moment, he lingers in the warm cocoon of his blankets, savouring the quiet. The air is cool and crisp, a reminder that outside the world is dressed in frost and silence. He breathes deeply, feeling the subtle ache of age in his bones, the familiar stiffness that comes with years spent working the land. Today, though, there's no rush, no urgency to chase after wandering lambs or mend fences. Today's different. He pushes the blankets aside and swings his legs over the edge of the bed, his feet landing softly on the floor. The cold of the floor seeps through his socks, and he lets out a small sigh, his breath hanging in the air. He stretches, his movements slow but deliberate, like the rising sun inching its way into the sky. Outside, The faint glow of dawn peeks over the horizon, painting the world in shades of soft pink and pale gold. A winter's dawn, quiet and unhurried. He dresses warmly, layering wool and thick fabric against the bite of the frost waiting just beyond the door. With a steady hand, he pulls open the heavy door to his cottage, and the chill of the morning air greets him like an old friend. The cold nips at his nose and ears, but is not unwelcome. It helps to wake him, sharpening his senses to the beauty of the world before him. The earth is covered in a blanket of frost, each blade of grass a tiny crystal reflecting the soft light of the early sun. The air is so still. It feels as though the entire world is holding its breath. His boots sink gently into the frost-crisped grass, and a satisfying crunch follows with each step. The ground beneath his feet feels solid and sure, just as it always has. The land has been his life, his home, his sanctuary. The sheep are already awake, their breath visible in the cold morning air as they huddle together for warmth. Their soft rhythmic bleating is the only sound in the quiet expanse. Reg smiles, his heart warming at the familiar scene. He moves among them, his weathered hands brushing over their thick wool as he counts them, each one a comforting presence, a reminder of the simple joys of life. As he tends to his flock, his mind drifts to the day ahead. Christmas Eve, the day of their annual gathering, a tradition now so familiar, so cherished, that it feels as much a part of him as the very land beneath his feet. Al and Frank, his oldest friends, men who've shared both the burdens and joys of life with him for longer than he can remember. They'll meet again tonight, as they always do, to camp beneath the stars and share stories by the fire, a tradition that had started long ago when they were young and the world seemed so much larger. Reg pauses, straightening up from his work. He looks up at the sky already clearing, the last remnants of night fading into a pale blue canvas. The air is so still, so peaceful, that he can almost hear the silence itself. There's a certain magic to mornings like this, where the world feels untouched, pure, as though time has slowed just for him. A sense of calm settles over him, spreading through his body like warmth from a fire. He knows tonight will be clear. The sky promises it, with not a cloud in sight. A night for stars, for stories, and for remembering. As the sun continues to rise, casting a golden glow over the frost-covered fields, Reg feels a sense of quiet anticipation growing within him. The morning chores are simple, the movements of his hands familiar and easy, feeding the sheep, checking their enclosure, ensuring all is well before he leaves. There's no need for haste today, no urgency in his steps. Everything moves at a slow, measured pace, the rhythm of a winter's morning guiding him deeper and deeper into a relaxed state. With each task completed, his mind drifts further into the peaceful reverie of the day. When all is done, he lingers for a moment longer, standing in the middle of the frosty field. He closes his eyes, letting the cold air wrap around him, letting the quiet sink into his bones. The only sound is the gentle breathing of the sheep, the distant rustling of the bare trees, and his own heartbeat, slow and steady. Then with a deep breath, he turns back towards the cottage, knowing it's time to go, time to meet his friends, time for the stories to begin again. He gathers his things carefully, every item placed with care into his pack. His thick woolen scarf, worn with age but still soft, wraps snugly around his neck, and his gloves, stiff from the cold, slide over his hands. The fields stretch out before him as he sets off. Blanketed in frost, the landscape painted in shades of white and silver. The air, so still, feels like the world itself is resting. As he walks, his boots crunch through the frozen grass. Cold brushes his cheeks. While walking, his thoughts drift back through the years. He can see Al and Frank in his mind, how they looked when they were young, with bright eyes and strong hands, full of energy and ideas. Time has softened them all, worn them down in some ways, but deepened them in others. Their friendship has aged like fine wine, richer, fuller, more meaningful with each passing year. The landscape continues to open up before him. He feels a deep sense of peace wash over him. The last traces of the sun begin melting away. In the distance, Reg spots a small flock of 3 French hens, their feathers bright against the wintry landscape. They move gracefully through a patch of the fading sunlight, pecking at the frost-covered earth. He smiles while watching the birds. They seem almost out of place in the stark winter landscape. He feels that there's something symbolic about them, something that speaks to the harmony that he feels with Al and Frank. The 3 of them, like these hens, have weathered many winters, yet they continue to return to this place to share in the quiet beauty of the land and the stories it holds. Eventually, a small clearing comes into view, framed by the gentle rise of hills on one side and the forest of leafless trees on the other. The sun almost fully set now, as he sees Al and Frank waiting for him to arrive. And as they spot each other, they all smile. And as they all meet, they stand there for a moment, just looking at each other, how they've aged. They joke with each other before beginning to set up a camp. They talk to each other about small and simple things, of the sheep they tend to, of the weather, of the stars overhead. They collect up dry branches and they begin to make a campfire. They arrange that wood carefully. They place some tinder among the wood. They light that fire as it sparks to life with warmth and comfort, sending shadows dancing across the landscape. In the distance, the French hens settle into the branches of a tree, softly cooing, before they'll settle down for the night. The stars twinkle overhead like a million tiny pinpricks of light scattered across the vast expanse. And the three friends sit around the fire, initially in comfortable silence, enjoying the atmosphere around them. And as the evening gets darker and darker and cooler, they wrap blankets around themselves while they chat and tell stories to one another. And then Al, the eldest of the group, asks a question. In all these years, apart from that night we first felt the spirit of this place, what's been the most profound moment of your life? His question lingers for a while in the air. Reg and Frank gaze at each other, their expressions thoughtful, each mulling the question over in their mind. Al leans back, his eyes moving from one friend to the other, as he waits for a reply. The fire crackling softly, the light dancing lazily. Reg smiles softly. I suppose, Reg says, it would have been the birth of my first son. He pauses for a moment, allowing himself to become deeper absorbed in his thoughts. He was born on a day much like this. The air was cold The stars were bright overhead, but there was a warmth in the room, the kind of warmth I'd never felt before. It wasn't just from the fire in the room. It was from him, from the moment I held him. It was like holding a tiny piece of the sun. I remember looking at him, and it felt like the whole world had shifted. Everything was brighter, sharper, more alive. I could hear every sound, feel every breath, as though the very air around us had slowed down to watch this moment unfold. The first time he laughed, Reg says, his voice catching slightly, it was like hearing music for the first time. And when he took his first steps, it was as if the ground itself was cheering him on. Frank and Al continue listening in silence. And now, Reg continues, when I see him grown into a man, there's still that same light in him. It's a quiet glow, but it's there, and every time I look at him, I feel it again, that same warmth, that same awe, as though the world is still shifting around him, making space for all the moments yet to come. Reg falls silent, gazing off into space, while his mind drifts elsewhere, to a place where he's standing in a field watching his son run ahead of him, the sun setting behind them, casting long shadows across the earth. It's a memory that holds him gently, like the soft glow of a candle in the dark, and he lets it linger for a moment longer, before drifting back to his friends. The fire continues to crackle softly, its golden flickering light continuing to dance on the ground and stretch into the stillness of the night. Al shifts in his seat as he prepares to share his story. He gazes into the fire. It was many years ago, he begins. I was young then, much younger than I am now. I just started tending my own flock, trying to prove myself, trying to make my way in the world. A storm came faster than I expected. The clouds gathered overhead, thick and dark, like great ships sailing across the sky. Before I knew it, the wind was howling through the trees, and the rain began to fall in great sheets so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face. I was lost. The storm had swept me up. I had no idea which way to go. The trees creaked and groaned all around me. The wind pushed against me. And the rain, it was like the world itself was trying to wash me away. Al gazed off as he absorbed himself deeper in his story. And then, out of nowhere, he appeared. I couldn't see his face clearly, but there was something about him. Something calm, something certain. He didn't speak much, just gestured for me to follow, and I did. I followed him through the storm, through the wind and the rain. He moved with such ease, like the storm didn't touch him at all. He led me back to the edge of the woods, back to safety, and just as suddenly as he appeared, he was gone. I turned to thank him, but there was no one there. The storm had calmed, the rain had stopped, and the air was still. But he was gone. To this day, I don't know who he was or where he came from, but I'll never forget the feeling he left behind. It was like the warmth of the fire spreading through me, a sense of calm, of safety, like I was held in something greater than myself. Frank isn't a man of many words, but having listened to Al's story, he knows it's his turn to speak next. I suppose, Frank begins, if I had to pick one moment, it would be the time when I nearly lost everything. My farm had fallen on hard times. The crops failed. The sheep were thin, and the debts, well, they kept piling up. I was on the verge of losing the land, losing everything that my father and grandfather had built. I thought there was no way out. I tried everything, worked harder than I ever had, but nothing seemed to change. And just when I thought I would lose it all, a stranger appeared. He didn't say much, but he came to me, offered to pay off my debts. I didn't know him, had never seen him before, and yet there he was with an offer that seemed too good to be true. I accepted. I had no choice, and when I asked him why he was helping me, he just smiled and said, "Because you needed it." He didn't ask for anything in return, didn't leave his name, and when I tried to find him later, he was gone as though he'd never been there at all. Ever since that day, I've carried the belief that kindness is like a fire. It spreads, it's warm, and it doesn't ask for anything in return. For a moment, there's only silence. The kind of silence that soothes, a deep, calming quiet that invites reflection and peace. The three friends have shared their stories, each one a gift shared around the fire. Their words now a part of the air, the land, and the night. Reg leans back, gazing up at the constellations overhead, the stars twinkling so softly, as though winking at the earth. Al and Frank sit beside him, breathing slow and even. feeling a deep sense of comfort and peace. They watch as a shooting star streaks across the sky. It feels almost like time is standing still. They exchange some quiet glances with each other, feeling no need for words, just enjoying their friendship and their time together. The three of them head to their tents as the fire has burned down to embers. They sit in the entrance to their tents, talking softly with each other for a little while, all feeling increasingly tired. Talking as they wait for the fire to fully burn out. And once the fire is fully burned down, and nothing but warmth remains, they say good night to each other, head into their tents and seal their tents, wrap themselves up warm for the night, and drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep into slumberland. And morning arrives gently, like the brush of a soft hand across the sky. The pale light of winter stretches through the curtains, casting silver shadows across the room. Outside, a thick blanket of snow drapes over the world, turning every edge into a softened curve, as if the earth itself has surrendered to a long, dreamlike slumber. The silence is profound, deep, peaceful, as if the snow has hushed all sound into a quiet, tender lullaby. And inside the house, warmth embraces every corner. The fire in the hearth crackles softly, its flames flickering lazily, casting a golden light that flickers over the walls. The faint scent of wood smoke drifts through the air, weaving with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. The fire's steady warmth is the pulse of the home, its constant presence, a promise of comfort while the world outside remains cold and distant. The mother moves through the house with graceful ease, her footsteps a mere murmur against the wooden floor. She pauses at the window, watching the snowflakes fall in snow, so gently, so slowly, in deliberate spirals, each one unique, as it delicately descends. Her lips curve into a quiet smile as she watches the landscape transform into the most beautiful winter wonderland. The air thick with the promise of a peaceful day, she inhales deeply, the scent of the fire mixing with the crisp coolness that seeps in through the window panes. Upstairs, the children are cocooned in their beds, tucked beneath thick, cozy blankets. The youngest is a small bundle of warmth nestled deep within his covers, resisting the pull of the morning. His face is half hidden in his pillow, his breath slow and steady. When his mother enters the room, her gentle voice guiding him towards wakefulness as he burrows himself deeper into the warmth of his bed, trying to resist her coaxing. Her voice guiding him in the land of dreams. And downstairs, the father sits in his favourite chair near the fireplace, his hands wrapped around a steaming mug of coffee. The rhythmic crackle of the fire and the steady warmth of the flames have become part of his morning ritual. Gazes into the fire, his thoughts drifting as the golden light reflects off his face. Outside, the snow continues to fall, but inside, there's only the comforting hum of the house gradually awakening. The older children eventually tumble down the stairs, laughter filling the quiet with a bright, joyful energy. Their excitement is as fresh as the new snow outside. Their laughter mingles with the sounds of the home, bringing it to life. The father smiles over the rim of his coffee cup, his eyes lighting up at the sight of them. The happiness is contagious, filling the house with warmth that rivals even the fire. The mother gathers the children at the front door, wrapping them in thick coats, scarves and gloves, their breath rising in soft clouds, fogging the cool air that slips in through the cracks. The youngest tugs at his mittens, still half asleep, while the older two bounce on their toes, eager to race into the snow. The door opens with a soft creak, and a rush of cold air sweeps into the house, swirling around their feet. Yet the fire's glow remains steady, promising its warmth for their return. As they step outside, the crunch of snow underfoot is the first sound to break the stillness of the morning. The cold air is sharp and crisp, invigorating in its clarity. The world outside is transformed, clean, untouched, and glittering under the pale winter sun. The mother breathes out, her breath visible in the cold as the children's laughter fills the frosty air. Behind them, the house remains, its windows glowing faintly with the warmth of the fire, a beacon of comfort awaiting their return. The world outside is a canvas of white, the snow sparkling like a sea of diamonds under the pale morning light. Each step sinks into the snow with a satisfying crunch, leaving behind imprints that mark their path. The children, bundled tightly in their coats, walk alongside their mother, their small boots creating a trail of footprints that meander through the pristine landscape. The air is cold, biting gently at their cheeks and noses, turning them a soft shade of pink. Above them, the sky stretches out in shades of silver and grey, blending with the snowy world below. The trees stand tall, their branches frosted with delicate icicles that catch the light and glimmer like crystals. Icicles hang from the rooftops, each one a winter jewel, sharp and glittering in the soft sunlight. The youngest child lags behind for a moment, his mittened hand outstretched to catch a snowflake. He marvels at its intricate pattern, watching as it melts almost immediately upon touching the warmth of his glove. His breath forms soft puffs in the air, each exhale mingling with the falling snowflakes, as if he's adding his own breath to the quiet stillness of the morning. His mother watches with a smile, her heart warmed by the sight of his wonder. The streets are quiet, the snow muffling every sound, creating a serene stillness that feels almost otherworldly. Only the occasional bird calls out, its voice a bright contrast against the muted tones of the snowy morning. As they near the school, the sounds of children begin to rise, laughter, shouts, and the scuffle of boots against the snow as they play in the schoolyard, their scarves fluttering in the cold breeze like colourful flags. The mother watches as her children join the fray, their faces bright and full of life. The youngest hesitates at the gate, turning to wave, his small hand raised in a gesture of farewell. She waves back, her heart full with the sight of her children, so at ease in the world, their joy as pure as the snow itself. She stands for a moment longer, watching the schoolyard fill with the busy energy of the day, before turning back towards home. As she walks, the quiet returns, wrapping itself around her like a comforting blanket. The snow beneath her feet is soft, absorbing her footsteps, and the air is filled with the sharp, clean scent of pine and coal. Her thoughts drift, carried along by the rhythm of her steps, and the peacefulness of the morning settles deep into her bones. The world feels hushed, as though it's waiting, wrapped in the soft promise of a day full of quiet, unhurried moments. Back at the house, time seems to slow. The gentle, rhythmic full of snow outside, matches the quiet stillness within. Inside, the warmth from the fire embraces the entire room, its golden light flickering across the walls in a lazy dance. The father sits at his desk near the hearth, his back warmed by the steady heat from the flames. It's a comforting presence, as familiar as an old friend. His pencil moves steadily across the paper, sketching the lines of a new design. Each stroke is careful, deliberate, the soft scrape of graphite on paper blending with the crackle of the fire. His eyes are focused on the intricate details of his drawing, but his mind drifts in the calm of the moment, absorbed by the peaceful rhythm that surrounds him. The room is filled with the faint scent of wood smoke, interwoven with the cool freshness that slips in from the snowy world beyond the windows. Occasionally, he pauses, stretching his arms above his head, feeling the warmth of the fire seep into his muscles, loosening the tightness in his back. There is something deeply satisfying about the quiet. The only interruptions are the occasional pop of the wood in the fire, or the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. It's a moment suspended in time, where the rest of the world feels far away, and all that matters is the present, the warmth, the fire, and the quiet space he inhabits. And as the day stretches into the afternoon, the fire continues its steady crackle, a low and constant murmur. The room remains wrapped in the golden light, and the father continues his work in peaceful silence, absorbed in the quiet rhythm of his day. But eventually, the soft chime of the clock stirs him from his reverie. He closes his sketchbook with a quiet thud, satisfied with his progress, though knowing there will be time later to finish. He rises from his chair, shrugging on his thick winter coat and wrapping a scarf around his neck. The house holds the cold at bay, but as he steps through the door, the air is sharp and crisp, biting at his skin with its clarity. Snowflakes drift lazily from the sky, catching in his hair and resting momentarily on his coat before they melt. He smiles at the sight of the snow-covered world, his breath rising in soft clouds before him as he makes his way towards the school. The walk is brief, but it feels almost magical, as though he's journeying through a winter dream. The snow glistens like diamonds on the rooftops. The trees stand tall and bare, their branches dusted with silver frost. The world is quiet, peaceful, as though nature itself has settled into a gentle meditation, inviting him to slow down to breathe, to be fully present. And at the school gate, his youngest child is waiting. The child's face lights up at the sight of him. Their wide smile full of excitement and warmth, the child rushes forward, slipping their small hand into his, and together they begin the walk back home. The child's voice is filled with stories of games played during break time, of snowflakes caught on their tongue, of friends and laughter. The father listens, nodding along, his heart full with the simple joy of his child's voice. They take their time walking home, letting the snow fall around them like soft feathers. There's no hurry, no urgency, just the unhurried rhythm of a winter's day. A father and child sharing the quiet joy of the snowy world, knowing that the warmth of home waits for them at the end of the journey. And later in the afternoon, as the sun begins its slow descent towards the horizon, casting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold, the older two children make their way home. Their breath rises in puffs of mist. Their footsteps are slow, sinking into the thick layer of snow with each step. The biting cold gives them a feeling of invigoration, as though the air is alive and humming against their senses. As they near the house, the untouched snow in the garden beckons to them, its perfect surface inviting them to play. Without a word, they exchange a glance, and with a shared smile they veer off the path and begin rolling snow into large, solid balls, the foundation for their snowman. The air is filled with their laughter, bright and clear against the quiet of the winter afternoon. Their gloves grow thick with snow as they work, their cheeks flushed from the cold. They press the snow together with careful hands, building their snowman higher and higher, until it stands proudly in the garden, complete with stick arms and a crooked grin made of stones. The children stand back admiring their handiwork, their breath coming in little puffs of steam as they add the finishing touches, a scarf borrowed from one of their necks and a pair of old buttons they found in the snow. Something magical happens. From the bare branches of a tree nearby, 2 turtle doves descend. Their soft grey feathers are fluffed up against the cold, and they perch delicately on the snowman's stick arm, their gentle cooing adding a soft melody to the quiet. The children freeze, their eyes wide with wonder, watching the doves as if they stumbled upon something from a fairy tale. There's a stillness in the air now, a kind of enchantment, as though time has paused to let them fully absorb the magic of the moment. The soft light of the afternoon, the snowman, the doves. It all feels like part of a story, a winter tale where the world holds its secrets close, waiting to be discovered. For a long moment, the children stand quietly, watching the doves as they fluff their feathers, as they gaze back with dark, thoughtful eyes. The children stop noticing the cold, lost in their quiet wonder. Finally, the doves take flight, their wings beating softly as they soar into the pale sky, disappearing into the distance. The children look at each other and smile, as if they've just shared a secret, something precious, a fleeting moment only known to them. With their fingers tingling from the cold, they head back towards the front door of the house. Their boots crunch through the snow. The warmth of the home glowing ahead like a beacon in the twilight. The snowman remains standing in the garden, a silent sentinel watching over the house. Its crooked grin a reminder of the simple joy of the afternoon. As they push open the door, the warmth from within the house hits them immediately, enveloping them like a soft blanket, the fire crackling softly, and the air inside is thick with the comforting scent of wood and warmth. They remove their coats and scarves, shaking the snow from their gloves, their faces glowing from the cold and from the joy of the day. The house welcomes them back, the door closing softly behind them. They embrace the warmth of the cozy, glowing house. And the kitchen begins to hum with quiet life, the warmth from the stove emanating through the room. The father standing at the counter, a wooden spoon in hand as he stirs a fragrant stew that simmers gently on the hob. The air is rich with the aroma of herbs and vegetables, the scent curling through the house, mingling with the ever-present warmth from the fire in the next room. Outside, the sun has begun to sink lower, painting the snowy rooftops in shades of lavender and gold. The kitchen windows are fogged slightly from the warmth inside, a soft contrast to the frost-kissed scene beyond. Icicles hang from the eaves, catching the last light of day, sparkling like the winter jewels they are. The snow outside, freshly fallen and untouched, lies still and serene, a blanket of quiet over the world. The children bustle about, their cheeks still a little rosy from the cold. They move and dance and play around before beginning to focus on setting the table for dinner. The clink of plates and cutlery adding to the gentle rhythm of family life in the room. The sound of the simmering stew, the crackling of the fire, a peaceful moment for full of the kind of quiet togetherness that fills a home with contentment. And the door creaks open, and a brief gust of cold air sweeps through the house as the mother steps inside, her boots dusted with snow. She pauses for the moment in the doorway, breathing in the warmth of the home, the scent of dinner, enjoying the sight of her family, feeling a deep sense of joy. And as the door closes behind her, the cold is instantly replaced by the deep, soothing warmth of the house. The children run to her, their laughter bubbling up as they fling themselves into her arms, their excitement filling the room with a renewed energy. She wraps them in hugs, brushing the snow from her hair as she leans down to kiss the tops of their heads. Across the room, the father glances up from the stove, his eyes meeting hers with a look of quiet affection. There's a wordless greeting shared between them, a warmth that fills the space between them like a second hearth. With dinner being finished, the father brings the steaming pot to the table, its rich aromas filling the air as bowls are passed around. The family sits down together, the clinking of cutlery blending with the gentle murmur of conversation. Their voices are low and easy, the worries of the day melting away with each bite of food. Laughter flickers lightly across the table, and the warmth of the meal, the home, the fire, it all wraps around them a comforting cocoon of contentment. Outside, the last light of the sun fades, giving way to the deep, cool blue of evening. Inside, the glow from the fire spills into the kitchen, casting everything in a soft, golden light. The house is full but not crowded, lively but not loud. It's the kind of evening where time seems to stretch out, inviting them to linger in its warmth, to savour the simplicity of shared community. And when the meal ends, the plates are cleared and the soft rhythm of the evening continues, flowing gently from one moment to the next, like a river that knows its course, leading them deeper and deeper into the heart of the night. And with dinner behind them, the family naturally drifts towards the living room, drawn by the steady warmth of the fire. The flames are low, flickering gently, casting long, dancing shadows that move with a rhythm that feels as old as time itself. The fire is more than just warmth. It's the heart of the home, a steady, glowing presence that draws them all together. The family settles into their favourite places around the fire. The father reclines back into his armchair, his feet resting on a footstool, the soft creak of the leather chair, a familiar sound. The mother curls up on the sofa, the youngest child nestled against her side, their eyelids already drooping. with a gentle and deep pull of sleep. The older children sit cross-legged on the floor near the fire, their faces illuminated by its golden light as they share stories from their day. Their voices a soft murmur in the quiet room. Hot chocolates passed around, thick and creamy, its rich scent mingling with the warmth of the fire. Each sip is a comfort, warming them from the inside out. The sweetness lingering on their tongues as they sink deeper and deeper into the calm of the evening. The youngest child is cradling their mug in both hands, eyes barely open. The heat from the fire and the velvety taste of the chocolate is soothing them all into a peaceful drowsiness. Outside, the snow continues its slow and steady descent, but the world beyond the window feels far away, as if the house exists in its own pocket of time, separate from the cold night outside. The fire crackles softly, burning low and steady, offering a gentle glow, a soft pulse filling the room with warmth. The youngest child sinks even deeper against their mother, enjoying the warmth of the sofa. The desire to sleep growing stronger with each passing minute, and their eyes flutter closed and then open again briefly, with the child fighting the inevitable. Heading deeper and deeper towards sleep. The mother brushes a stray strand of hair away from the child's forehead. The older children still chatting quietly, occasionally pausing to enjoy the fire, with thoughts drifting in the soft glow. Their voices growing slower, their words fewer, as the calm of the room pulls them into its peaceful embrace. The evening continues to settle over the house, like a thick, soft blanket, filling every corner with warmth and the steady rhythm of nightfall. The youngest child is ready for bed. The mother rises slowly, careful not to disturb their child, before gathering them up in her arms, feeling the comfortable weight of their body, the warmth of their skin, and carries them in their half-awake, half-asleep state, as they drift even more asleep, carrying them up stairs to bed. And this child's room is dimly lit by a small night light in the shape of a crescent moon, its soft glow bathing the walls in silvery light, casting delicate shadows that dance across the floor. The bed is waiting, layered with thick blankets, promising warmth and deeper comfort. The mother tucks in the child, smooths down the blankets up to their chin, sits on the edge of the bed, and begins to read a children's storybook from the bedside table. Her voice is calm and rhythmic as it fills the room, the child barely awake, each word flowing so softly, so gently. The story familiar to the child, like an old friend, guiding the child's mind deeper and deeper asleep. The pages being turned quietly, the sound blending with the slow, steady rise and fall of the child's breathing. Each breath a little slower and deeper. The child's eyes finally close fully as they sink deeper and deeper into their dreams. And as the child drifts and sleeps deeply, their face looks so soft and peaceful. The room is still, bathed in the soft glow of the nightlight. The mother lingers for a moment longer, watching the peaceful rise and fall of the child's chest. She bends down, pressing a soft kiss to their forehead, then quietly, ever so quietly, stands, leaves the room, and pulls the door closed, leaving the child to the deep, peaceful rhythm of sleep. And back downstairs, the older children remain by the fire, their bodies stretched out on the rug, their eyes half focused on the simple card game they're playing. The air is warm and still, the fire now just glowing embers. The house, so full of laughter and energy earlier, has now settled into a quiet rhythm, as though it too is preparing for a deep, peaceful night's sleep. The children talk in soft, unhurried voices, their movements slow and relaxed. Every now and then one of them yawns, the sound blending into the soft crackle of the last few embers. The warmth of the room, the softness of the light, everything seems to lull them deeper and deeper into a sense of drowsiness, like leaves slowly drifting down to rest on a still pond. The father watches them from his armchair. He knows they're going to be transitioning from wakefulness to sleep, and they're trying to stay up and not be the first to go to bed. With each child wanting to outdo the other. But eventually, sleep catches up with them. They both rise from the floor, The father stands with them. They head up the stairs, and in their rooms, they head to their beds. And the father says good night to the children, and the mother comes and says good night to the children. And now the house is still, wrapped in the deep quiet that only comes when the day is done and everyone is finally tucked up in bed. The fire still just embers. The parents head down to the sofa. They sit together on the sofa, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket. They feel the stillness in the room, the comfort in the room, how cozy this room feels. They talk of little things like the children's laughter, the snowman now standing proudly outside in the garden, the way the house was so warm and alive earlier. And every now and then they fall into a comfortable silence, the kind that doesn't need to be filled. They sit side by side, resting on each other, as outside the snow continues to descend. The mother pulls the blanket tighter around her, resting her head on her husband's shoulders, just enjoying relaxing together. And as the night continues to deepen, and the fire burns out, the parents begin to drift asleep. And so they head to bed. They let go of the last traces of wakefulness. And they drift so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep into slumberland. And in the far northern reaches of the world lies Santa's workshop, a hidden sanctuary of quiet magic, nestled deep in an enchanted forest. It stands beneath a blanket of stars, its wooden beams framed in frost and glowing faintly in the moonlight. Inside, the glow of the hearth spills warmth across the polished floors, casting flickering shadows that dance like playful sprites along the walls. Everything here feels alive, but it's not a place of noise or bustle. It hums with quiet joy, a serenity woven into the very fabric of Christmas. The elves are hard at work, but there's no rush, no frantic movements. Their tasks are performed in rhythmic calm, as if the entire workshop moves to the cadence of a lullaby. Small hands glide over delicate ribbons, tying bows in rich shades of gold and emerald. The wrapping paper rustles softly, like the gentle rustling of leaves in a dream, as tiny silver bells, each as delicate as a snowflake, are placed atop each parcel. The bells chime quietly as they're added, a soft and reassuring sound, filling the air with the warmth of anticipation. Overhead, the rafters are adorned with glistening strands of tinsel, catching the glow of the firelight, sparkling like stars reflected in a frozen lake. The hum of magical machinery provides a soothing backdrop, blending with the rustle of paper and the shuffle of elves' feet as they move with a grace born of years of Christmas preparation. There's no sense of urgency, only the slow, steady rhythm of a night that stretches longer than usual, wrapping the workshop in a soft embrace of timelessness. Scents of the season weave their way through the air. Cinnamon, warm and spicy, mingles with the refreshing sharpness of freshly gathered pine needles. Peppermint floats in the background, cool and crisp, like the breath of winter itself. And beneath it all, the comforting smell of wood smoke rises from the crackling hearth, anchoring the room with the deep warmth of safety and home. Each elf moves with delicate precision, their focus steady, yet their movements are slow, unhurried, as though they know that time itself has softened to accommodate them. There's a quiet expectation here, so peaceful, deepening with every moment. Christmas Eve is on the horizon, but for now, the workshop is a sanctuary of stillness, a place where time stretches out, inviting everyone within to slow down, to breathe in the calm. In this peaceful rhythm, every element of the scene, the light, the sounds, the scents, work together to lull anyone who enters into a deeper state of peace and relaxation. The workshop feels not just like a place of work, but a place of rest, where the heart slows and the mind begins to drift, becoming absorbed in the soft rhythms of preparation. Time here is a gentle companion, moving quietly alongside the elves as they work. But amidst the tranquility, something shifts. It's subtle, like the faintest ripple disturbing the surface of a calm pool, yet noticeable to those who know the workshop well. The quantum superposition generator, usually glowing with a soft golden light, flickers briefly, its once steady hum faltering. The light dims as if the machine is growing tired, and the elves, ever attuned to the magic that surrounds them, pause in their tasks, their eyes turning towards the heart of the workshop, This machine, nestled in the very centre of the room, is no ordinary device. It holds the key to Christmas itself. The generator's magic is what allows Santa to be everywhere at once, leaping through time and space, delivering joy to every child on earth in a single night. Without it, the wonder of Christmas morning would be impossible, and stockings would hang empty by the fireplace. The elves gather around the generator, their steps soft but filled with concern. The light, once bright and steady like the first golden rays of dawn, now flickers weakly, like a candle fighting against a breeze, casts long, trembling shadows across the room. Its comforting glow, now uncertain, its hum reduced to a faint murmur. The head elf, a figure known for his calm authority, steps forward, his brow furrowed in quiet concentration as he approaches the machine, his small hands brushing gently over its surface, his fingers tracing the worn, familiar patterns of its intricate workings. The elves watch him in silence, their breaths held, not out of fear but out of reverence for the delicate magic at work. The generator splutters once, twice, and then its glow fades entirely, leaving the room dimmer as though a bit of its magic has slipped away. Yet there's no panic. Even now the workshop remains a place of quiet calm. The head elf straightens, his expression thoughtful but not troubled. "It seems," he says, his voice steady and sure, "that we will need help." And they all know who he means. The wise partridge who lives in the pear tree just outside the workshop is the only one with the knowledge and magic to repair such a delicate machine. The partridge, with its ancient wisdom, has seen countless Christmases come and go. It understands the inner workings of the generator better than anyone else. The decision to call for help is made quietly, as though even the act of asking for assistance must be handled with care. Finn, a young elf, volunteers to fetch the partridge. His steps are soft as the snow falling outside. The workshop, though quieter now without the hum of the generator, remains peaceful, its stillness deepened by the knowledge that help is on the way. Finn, small but brave, steps forward, his heart beating a little faster at the honour of being chosen. His face remains calm, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he nods to the head elf and steps outside the workshop. The night air greets him, crisp and cool, like a refreshing exhale after a long, warm breath. The snow falls gently in soft, delicate flurries, each flake descending from the velvet sky like a quiet promise of peace, settling lightly on the ground in a shimmering blanket of white. The cold nips at Finn's cheeks, but it's a gentle cold, the kind that wakes the senses without biting too hard. He breathes in deeply, the scent of snow filling his lungs, clean and sharp, mingled with the faint fragrance of pine forests resting beneath the winter moon. With each step, his boots sink gently into the snow, creating a rhythmic crunch that echoes in the stillness. The sound is soothing, like the ticking of an old, comforting clock, marking time in the quiet night. Above him, the moon hangs low, glowing softly, casting its silver-blue light across the landscape. It feels as though the moon itself is watching over him, guiding his steps, its light painting long, gentle shadows across the snow. The world around him is silent, but not empty. It's a silence filled with the weight of dreams, with the quiet beauty of the sleeping world. The trees stand tall and still, their branches draped in snow, their outlines softened in the moonlight. A soft breeze stirs the air, but it's not a howl, more like a long, deep exhale, as though the earth itself is resting. Finn feels the quiet pressing in around him, like a soft hand on his shoulder, gently guiding him deeper and deeper into the calm of the night. Each step slows his thoughts, and with every footfall his mind becomes quieter, like the snowflakes that drift slowly down to the ground. The pear tree is not far, but the journey feels timeless, as though Finn could walk forever through this snow-covered dreamscape. Each step a lull, each breath a soft rhythm that draws him deeper and deeper into the night. At last he reaches the pear tree. It stands at the edge of a clearing, a silhouette against the dark sky. Its branches are thick and gnarled, reaching outward in wide arcs, draped in shimmering ice. The tree seems to hum with an ancient magic, as though it has stood here for centuries, quietly observing the world as it changes around it. Snow covers its branches, and in the moonlight, the tree glows faintly, casting soft reflections across the snowy ground. Finn gazes up at the tree, a sense of reverence swelling in his chest. The partridge is there perched on a low branch, its feathers shimmering faintly in the moonlight. It's a small bird, but there's something timeless about it, a quiet presence that suggests it knows far more than it ever reveals. Its eyes are bright, filled with the kind of wisdom that sees beyond the moment into the long stretch of time. The partridge sits serenely in the branches of the pear tree. There's an air of quiet certainty about it, as though it's been waiting for this moment all along. It tilts its head slightly, studying Finn with its ancient, knowing eyes. The faintest smile in its gaze. Finn, though a little nervous, steps forward, his boots making a soft crunch in the snow. The air around the pear tree feels different. The tree sways gently, though the night is still. the branches moving in slow, graceful movements, like gently rocking a cradle. The leaves shimmering under the moonlight. It feels like a place outside of time, where the rules of the world soften and magic flows as naturally as the falling snow. "Good evening," the partridge says, its voice soft and melodic, like the first notes of a lullaby carried on the wind. The sound wraps around Finn, making him feel instantly at ease. The partridge hops down from the branch, landing lightly in the snow, its feathers glistening like stardust scattered across the ground. "Evening," Finn replies, bowing his head slightly out of respect. "I've come to ask for your help. The quantum superposition generator in the workshop has stopped working, and without it, Santa won't be able to deliver presents to all the children." The partridge listens quietly as Finn speaks. The bird's eyes seem to take in not just the words, but the meaning behind them, the weight of what he's saying. When Finn finishes, the partridge nods slowly, thoughtfully, as though considering all the possibilities of time and space within that single movement. The partridge says that the generator is a delicate thing. It bends the fabric of time in such a way that all moments converge, allowing Santa to visit every home in a single night. Without it, Christmas would be much quieter. The partridge says that they'll help, and together the partridge and Finn head back to the workshop. The partridge decides to walk with Finn rather than fly, and the snow crunches delicately beneath their feet, with Finn's boots making a deeper sound and the partridge's steps barely a whisper against the snow. They walk in silence, enjoying the nature, the stars above twinkling softly, watching their journey like distant guardians, high and still. Each step is steady, each breath calm, carrying them deeper and deeper into the gentle rhythm of the night. Together they move through the snow-covered landscape, their path lit by the soft glow of the moon and stars. As they head back to the workshop, and back inside the workshop, the warmth of the fire and the soft glow of the twinkling lights envelop Finn and the partridge as they step through the door. The gentle hum of the elves' work surrounds them like the soft murmur of a gentle song. Santa stands near the hearth, his hands folded behind his back, his eyes calm but watchful. His presence is steady, comforting, like the glow of a lighthouse guiding ships through the night. He observes the elves as they continue their tasks, wrapping, sorting, preparing, all of them working quietly without rush. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the generator, there's no panic, no hurry, just quiet determination, as if everyone knows deep down that everything will be okay. The partridge approaches the quantum superposition generator, the machine sitting silent and still. They hop onto the wooden workbench beside the generator, and with a soft hum of thought, the bird begins to inspect the machine. The generator is more than wires and gears. It's a living thing imbued with ancient magic that flows through time itself. As the partridge touches it lightly with its beak, it's as if the machine stirs in response, its magic awakening beneath the bird's careful gaze. And there it is, the partridge murmurs softly, almost to itself, a knot in the fabric of time, as delicate as a strand of silk. Its eyes gleam with quiet understanding as it peers closer, its head tilting thoughtfully. It's not broken, just a little tangled, a wrinkle in the tapestry of time. With slow, careful movements, the partridge begins to explore the intricacies of the generator. Its wings flutter softly with each motion, like the pages of an ancient book being turned one by one. The bird moves like a master weaver examining a delicate piece of cloth, its feathers brushing against the threads of the machine with quiet reverence, each movement slow and deliberate, as though time itself has slowed to match the partridge's gentle pace. The elves continue working in the background, quietly, diligently, with some of their attention drawn to the partridge and their inspection of the machine. Everyone in the room seems to know that this moment is part of the natural flow of all things. Santa steps closer, his boots making barely a sound against the wooden floor. He watches the partridge with quiet respect, his eyes gleaming with firelight. The workshop feels still. It's a stillness born out of wonder and curiosity. The partridge hums softly to itself. There we are, it says at last. A knot to untangle, a thread to pull. It pauses, its eyes bright. But it cannot be done alone. It will require many hands working together in harmony. The elves gather round, their eyes wide with curiosity and readiness. Though small, their nimble hands are quick and deft, and they understand the delicacies of magic just as well as they understand the craftsmanship of toys. The partridge nods at them, its gaze warm and knowing, as though it recognizes the talents in each of them. We must work together, the partridge explains, its voice carrying through the room like the soft notes of a distant melody. This machine, this generator, it's like a song. Each piece is a note, each action a rhythm. Alone, the notes are lovely, but together they create the harmony we need to bring it back to life. The elves nod. They move fluidly, taking their place around the generator. There's no rush, no urgency, just the slow, measured actions of those who know that magic, like music, requires patience and care. Finn touches the generator, his hands feeling the cool surface, his fingers feeling that faint hum beneath his skin. The other elves follow suit. The room begins to feel lighter, as though the very air is moving with them, cradling their work in a soft, invisible embrace. The generator hums faintly, its light flickering back to life, slowly, steadily. It's like the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon, quiet and gentle, bringing with it a promise of renewal. As they work, the elves begin to hum softly, a tune mirroring the rhythm of their movements. The partridge watches on. Bit by bit, the generator's light grows stronger. The golden glow spreads through the room like the warm light of a lantern. It pulses gently, like the heartbeat of the night itself, steady and sure. The elves continue. As the light brightens, as the generator continues to hum to life, the room fills with a sense of joy and a deep, peaceful contentment. As the quantum superposition generator springs back to life, the elves step back. They gaze at the softly glowing machine. Santa steps forward. His face is warm, glowing with the soft golden light pulsing from the generator. His eyes crinkle at the edges as he smiles. The golden light fills the room with warmth and comfort, a healing vibration passing through the land and through the fabric of time itself. The machine is back up and running. The glow of the generator being such a wonderful sight. Santa thanks the partridge and thanks the elves for their help. And with the generator restored, the time has come for Santa to begin his journey. His sleigh waits outside of the workshop. The reindeer stand tall and strong, their breath puffing out in soft clouds that dissolve into the night sky. They're calm, their eyes bright, looking forward to the journey ahead. Santa climbs in his sleigh, the sleigh bells jingling faintly in the cool air. He thanks the partridge and elves once more. He tells them that they've made this night possible. And with a soft call to his reindeer, Santa begins his magical journey. The sleigh rises smoothly into the air, as though lifted by the dreams of every child awaiting Christmas morning. The stars above twinkle like distant lanterns, guiding the sleigh through the night sky. Santa's sleigh glides gracefully, cutting through the air like a gentle breeze, leaving a trail of sparkling stardust in its wake. The quantum superposition generator hums softly, its magic spreading through the sleigh, allowing Santa to leap from one place to the next. Leaping into locations where he's in multiple locations at a time, before leaping into a new location where he's in more new multiple locations. Each leap so fluid, so smooth and rhythmic, as if space and time itself are bending around Santa and the sleigh, wrapping him in a cocoon of possibilities. And the world below softens and blurs, each village, each house a fleeting glow in the dark. And Santa delivers the gifts to each sleeping child. And with each stop, Santa's sleigh touches down lightly on the rooftops. The stars above twinkling softly, and as the sky begins to shift, fading from the deep velvet blues of night to the pale blushing tones of dawn, the snow outside Santa's workshop glows faintly under the soft light of the rising sun. The door to the workshop swings slowly, softly, gently open as Santa steps inside, his red cloak dusted with snowflakes. He's tired. There's a deep, quiet satisfaction in his eyes, a warmth that radiates from his very being. Santa looks around at the elves, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for their work and support. And the partridge settles into his nest to drift and float peacefully asleep, as Santa and the elves head off for a well-earned nap, heading home, knowing they'll be back to do the same next year. But for now, heading home and drifting and floating peacefully asleep, relaxing so deeply and calmly into slumberland. And you're walking along through countryside, and the gentle rise and fall of the hills beneath your feet feels almost like a lullaby, the earth itself rocking you with every step. The air is crisp and clean, sweet with the scent of wild flowers that bloom in delicate clusters along the path. Above you, the sky stretches out in an endless blue, soft and smooth like a piece of silk, so calm that it feels as though the world itself is holding its breath. The sun is warm but not overwhelming, just a gentle golden blanket that drapes over the landscape, infusing the day with a serene glow, illuminating the hills, the grass, warming your skin with a kind of quiet tenderness, as though it's inviting you to relax deeper and deeper, to let go of anything that might be on your mind. And you continue to walk, and the ground beneath you gives slightly, the grass parting softly as though it recognizes every step that you take. And there's a soothing rhythm to the landscape, to your walking, to the gentle sway of the tall grasses brushing against your legs, the soft rustling of leaves stirred by a faint breeze. Everything around you moves so slowly, as though time itself is in no hurry, and the world invites you to match its pace. A low hum fills the air, the sound of bees moving lazily from one flower to the next, their wings buzzing in a slow, harmonious rhythm. You can hear the distant chirping of birds, their songs travelling through the air, calming your soul, each note carrying a message. As you relax deeper and deeper into the quiet peace that surrounds you, and with every breath, you can feel yourself becoming more connected to the world around you, drawing you deeper and deeper into the experience. And the hills you're walking over continue to undulate so softly, like the gentle movement of waves on a calm sea. Each ascent bringing with it a new view, a new stretch of peaceful green that unfolds before you, stretching out towards the horizon. And there's no hurry, no pressure to move quickly. And the path beneath you is soft, its edges lined with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze, petals glowing softly in the golden light. And the warmth of the sun rests on your shoulders, so soothing and gentle, radiating through your body, filling you with a soft, drowsy comfort. The air around you so fresh, carrying those scents of the earth and the flowers. Each inhalation feeling like a deep, restorative breath, guiding you deeper and deeper into relaxation, while your own footsteps merge with the natural rhythm of the world, sinking you in calmness with the environment. And as you continue to walk, those hills stretching out before you, you continue to feel so deeply and so comfortably relaxed. And as the day begins to slip gently towards evening, the light shifts, casting long shadows, stretching across the hills. The sun hanging lower in the sky, its golden rays softening and kissing the tops of the trees ahead. as you approach the edge of a forest. Its entrance marked by tall, majestic trees, their branches arched overhead, and as you enter, the air changes. You start to smell the scents of the forest. And as you enter the forest, passing into the dimly lit environment, you can notice the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. The world beyond the forest grows quieter, more distant. The trees towering overhead, branches gently rustling in the breeze, occasional leaves falling to the ground. The gentle, dappled light breaking its way through the canopy overhead, dancing before you. And the deeper into the forest you go, the more it seems to reveal its magic. You notice soft, ethereal lights starting to glow from beneath the leaves, pulsing gently, like the rhythm of a slow, peaceful heartbeat. You notice that the plants here are unlike anything you've ever seen before. The leaves shimmering with a faint luminescence, casting an otherworldly glow across the landscape. Small creatures moving quietly among the undergrowth. Everything moving so slow and graceful, as though this whole place is part of a dreamlike rhythm. A relaxing symphony designed to lull you to sleep. And as you continue walking, you start to hear the distant sound of water trickling over rocks, and the ground beneath you begins to feel a little softer, almost spongy. And you continue walking deeper and deeper into this forest, feeling a deep sense of peace and calm. And as night begins to set in, you find your way to that sound of flowing water. And you notice that stream runs through a clearing nestled here in the heart of this magical forest, where you can see the first stars of the night. And so you set up the camp, listening to the sounds change in the forest, from the daytime animals to the nighttime. Each sound so relaxing, so calming and comforting. You can notice the glowing, pulsing lights of this forest, from the plants and the animals, the insects flying in the air. You can notice that the temperature is just right to relax near a campfire to the sound of the running water, sitting in the entrance to your tent. You enjoy a warm cup of tea. You can smell the scent of that tea, the feeling of the cup in your hands, the warmth radiating into your palms. Noticing the sensation with each sip of tea you take, of the warm liquid passing in through your mouth and down towards your stomach, bringing in peace and calmness. And as the night continues to deepen, so you can see the broadening blanket of stars and the most beautiful silvery crescent moon gently rising above the trees in the way that it is reflecting in the water of the stream. And the scene is so enchanting and magical. And you're aware as you gaze up at those stars, how the different constellations you can see were once ancient stories to different people. As people imbued the night sky with the stories of their time, of the myths and legends they wanted carried through the generations. And you find as the night continues on that any thoughts that were once racing through your mind begin to drift away like leaves passing down the stream, each breath relaxing you deeper and deeper into the experience, hearing those nighttime sounds calming you further, and time seems to stretch out like every second lasting a minute. And then after a while, you rest back into the tent and you close your eyes to just enjoy being in the moment, letting the sounds and sensations wash over you, guiding you into the most peaceful state of stillness, relaxing you deeper and deeper. And as you lie back in the tent, listening to the sounds, you begin to comfortably drift asleep. sometimes aware of the sounds outside the tent, other times more focused on the changing focus to the land of dreams in your mind. The last of the worries fading away as you rest into peaceful slumber. And as you drift quietly and peacefully asleep, you can notice your body beginning to feel weightless, as if suspended in a state of perfect relaxation. The temperature around you just right to facilitate the most deep and comfortable sleep. And the next morning, you awaken to the light of the new day shining onto the tent, making the tent seem to almost glow with warmth. You can hear the morning sounds of the forest. You can breathe in the fresh, cool and comfortable air, and continue to hear the sound of the stream flowing. You enjoy a comfortable breakfast, looking forward to your journey ahead today. And you pack up your camp and you follow that stream until the stream merges with a river. You continue to walk alongside this river, walking deeper and deeper through the forest, enjoying the soothing sound of the flow of the water. Each step relaxing you deeper and deeper into the experience. And after hours of peaceful walking, you find yourself approaching a secluded clearing where you discover the remnants of a forgotten civilization, with crumbled stone walls, half hidden by moss and vines, reclaimed by nature over centuries. You look at the ruins and feel that they seem so humble, as if they've always belonged to the forest. You notice the way that nature has so gently folded these ancient structures into its embrace. You walk among the ruins. You reach out and touch one of the crumbling walls, your fingers brushing so delicately against the rough surface of the stone, feeling the cool beneath your hand, solid yet fragile. And you notice that some of the stone is adorned with intricate carvings faded and worn by time. You can't work out what they tell the story of, what their meaning is, but you have this feeling that ancient wisdom lingers in this area, and that these ruins once held great meaning. And this area feels so still, so contemplative, so relaxing. And as you walk around these ancient ruins, you discover an entrance to what appears to be an underground chamber. And the stones framing the entrance are larger and more ornate, yet still deeply weathered by time. And you head towards that entrance, and with curiosity and excitement, you walk through the threshold, descending, curious what you'll discover. And as you descend, you notice how the steps beneath your feet are smooth and worn by time and by those who repeatedly descended these steps in the past. And each footstep echoes so gently around the walls of this underground chamber. And once down in the chamber, you notice its quietness, the stillness of the air, that it's cooler than on the surface. There seems to be a soft light filtering through the chamber from an unknown source. Perhaps the walls just gently glowing themselves. You can see faded carvings, intricate designs. The way they seem to be depicting scenes of a flourishing civilization, now long gone. Their stories etched forever into these stones, and in the centre of the chamber, bathed in that soft ethereal glow, sits an ornate bottle resting on a stone pedestal. The bottle is small but exquisitely detailed, covered in gems which catch the soft light and sparkle and shimmer. You walk over to that bottle. You run your fingers around the surface of the bottle. With a deep breath, you lift the bottle off of the pedestal, noticing that it's much lighter than you'd expected. You take a look around the whole bottle while holding it. You carefully reach for the cork and pull that cork from the top of the bottle. And with a gentle sigh, as if the bottle itself is releasing a long-held breath, a pastel pink mist begins to pour out. swirling delicately in the air. The mist moves with grace, as if it's sentient, expanding and unfurling with a soft, fluid motion, spiraling upward, forming shapes that drift and twirl like tendrils of a dream, light and airy yet full of presence. The cloud seems to dance in the air, its soft pastel hues glowing faintly in the dim light. It swirls around you, its form ever changing, shifting like a gentle breeze through an open window. As it floats gently around you, the cloud's delicate movements feel soothing, almost hypnotic. You can feel yourself relaxing deeper and deeper as your mind becomes quieter and quieter while watching the cloud's graceful dance. The room around you seems to blur at the edges, and all that exists in this moment is the soft, gentle presence of the pastel cloud, its form expanding and contracting in a peaceful rhythm. The cloud moves closer, and you feel its cool, light presence brushing against your skin. It carries with it a faint, sweet scent, like the first breath of spring flowers blooming after a long winter. The soft air stirs gently around you, and with it comes a sense of freedom, of release, as though the weight of time itself is melting away. The cloud's presence is light, airy, and yet it feels deeply comforting, like being wrapped in a soft, invisible blanket that brings with it a profound sense of peace. And the pastel pink cloud hovers gently before you, its form shifting as if it's considering something, preparing to speak. Then from the center of the cloud, a soft, melodic voice begins to emerge, a gentle, soothing sound, filling the chamber with peace and kindness. "Thank you," the cloud begins. "You've released me from the confines of my bottle. For centuries, I was trapped within, waiting for someone to find me, to set me free. You begin to feel a connection with this cloud. Long ago, the cloud says, I served the people of this land. I was called upon to bring rain to their fields, to provide shade on the hottest days, and to transport them across great distances when they needed to travel. I was their companion, their guardian in the skies. But as time passed, the people faded away, their civilization forgotten by all but the trees and the stones of the forest. The cloud swirls gently around you as it speaks, its movements slow and deliberate. When the people were gone, no one remained to call me from the bottle, and so I remained trapped, waiting in silence, hoping that one day someone would come. And now you're here. The cloud pauses in a moment of quiet reflection. I'm free now, the cloud says, and for that I offer you my gratitude. Let me show you the world as it once was. Let me take you on a journey through the skies. The cloud begins to expand, filling the room, wrapping around you like a soft, weightless cocoon. Come, the cloud says, let's journey together. And with that, you feel yourself lifting softly off the ground, rising gently into the air as the cloud carries you upwards. The chamber beneath you fades away, and all around you is the soft, pastel glow of the cloud, its presence like a dream come to life, guiding you deeper and deeper into a world of peace and wonder. And the cloud lifts you gently into the air, as though the ground beneath your feet has melted away, leaving you weightless and free. You don't feel any tugging or pulling, only the soft, effortless sensation of rising. The air around you is cool and crisp, a refreshing breeze that brushes lightly against your face, carrying with it the scent of distant mountains and the sweetness of wild meadows below. Beneath you, the landscape stretches out vast and serene, like a painting unfolding before your eyes. Rolling hills, rippling softly like waves, their green folds blending into meadows that shimmer under the sunlight. Beyond the meadows, forests gather in a quiet cluster, their tall trees swaying in slow, rhythmic movements, as though they too are a part of the peaceful dance of the earth. Rivers wind their way through the landscape, silver threads glinting in the light, weaving patterns of calm as they meander towards the horizon. The cloud moves effortlessly, carrying you higher with each breath, its surface soft and cushioned beneath your body. It rises and falls in a gentle rhythm, lulling you deeper and deeper into the most pleasant reverie. Above you, the sky stretches endlessly, a canvas of soft blues and whites. The clouds around you, floating in peaceful clusters. Birds soar beside you, wings outstretched, gliding so effortlessly on currents of air, all seeming so unhurried, just dancing with the sky, feathers shimmering in sunlight. The air is pure and fresh, filling your lungs with each deep breath, bringing with it a sense of renewal and new beginnings. The cloud carrying you higher as you sink deeper into the most peaceful relaxation. And as you approach the mountains, you can notice their snow-capped peaks sparkling like a million diamonds in those mountains. You begin to have this sense of how everything is connected, all the parts of the landscape, the flora and fauna, you start to feel like time here has slowed or perhaps even slipped away entirely, leaving you suspended in this moment of pure stillness. The more you float, the deeper you relax, and the deeper you relax, the softer the cloud seems to become. The cloud moves with the air, the landscape rolling past below, and after what feels like the most peaceful eternity of drifting in the sky, seeing what this world once looked like, the cloud descends again, heading back to the chamber. And once back in the chamber, the cloud swirls around you, gradually lowering you down to the chamber floor, dispersing from you and reforming before you, leaving you with a deep sense of peace and calm. The cloud hovering before you says that the artifact which was here in this chamber was never really a reference to the bottle. It was a reference to them. They spoke of how, now the bottle is open, they'll be able to come and go as they please. People sought the bottle, thinking the bottle held magic, but the magic was actually the cloud. The cloud thanks you once more for freeing it. And you set off from this chamber. You make the journey back the way you came. Find your way back through that forest, back over the hills and meadows, all the way back home. And once home, you settle down in bed, pondering and thinking of the experience you've had. As you drift and float, so calmly, so peacefully relaxed, into slumberland. In the heart of a forest, untouched by time, where ancient trees stand like silent sentinels and the earth whispers secrets only the wind can carry. A new day begins to unfold. The first light of dawn stretches its delicate fingers through the dense canopy, painting the world in hues of soft gold and tender green. The air is crisp, invigorating, and filled with the scent of pine needles and rich, damp earth, as though the very breath of the forest is infused with life itself. Nestled within a den, carved from the roots of a great oak, Lupa, the young wolf pup, stirs from the depths of sleep. The den is warm, a cocoon of safety woven from the steady breaths of her siblings and the soothing rhythm of her mother's heartbeat. Lupa lies in a tangle of fur and limbs, the warmth of her family pressing against her small, soft body, grounding her in the comfort of the pack. But even as she dozes, the world beyond the den tugs at her awareness, like a distant melody carried on the wind. In her dreams she runs, her paws pound the earth, firm and sure, as the wind rushes through her fur, lifting her spirits and filling her with a wild, untamed joy. The forest spreads out before her, vast and full of wonder, each tree a towering giant, each shadow a mystery waiting to be explored. The freedom of the wild calls to her, a voice as old as the mountains, as compelling as the moon. As the dream lingers, her eyelids flutter and she wakes, blinking in the dim light of the den. The vividness of the dream clings to her mind, like the echo of a far-off howl. She breathes in deeply, savouring the familiar scents of home, the earthy scent of the den, the sweet musk of her siblings, and the comforting aroma of her mother. But beneath it all, she detects something more, the scent of dawn, fresh and full of promise, seeping into the den, beckoning her outside. Lupa's heart quickens with anticipation. She stretches her small, lithe body, feeling the slight resistance of her muscles as they wake from their slumber. Around her, the den is filled with the soft sounds of her pack stirring, the gentle rustle of fur against the earth, the quiet snuffling as they prepare to greet the day. The light filtering into the den is soft, a promise of warmth and light beyond the confines of their shelter. Her mother, the alpha female, stirs beside her, her presence a reassuring constant. The older wolves rise first, their movements deliberate and calm, a well-practiced routine honed by years of survival in the wild. Lupa watches them, her young heart swelling with admiration and the desire to prove herself worthy of the pack. But more than anything, she feels the call of the wild, pulling her towards the unknown, towards the adventure that lies beyond the den's entrance. With a final glance at her siblings, still nestled in sleep's embrace, Lupa rises on her small paws. The earth beneath her is cool, a grounding sensation that steadies her excitement. The den, once a place of warmth and security, now feels like a threshold, a portal she's ready to cross. The world outside beckons, and with youthful energy and boundless curiosity, she steps forward, eager to greet the day. As she emerges into the open air, the world greets her like an old friend. The forest stretches out before her, every leaf and blade of grass illuminated by the soft, golden light of dawn. The birds are already awake, their songs filling the air with a chorus of life. Lupa pauses, her senses overwhelmed by the beauty of the moment. The cool breeze ruffles her fur, a gentle caress that carries the scents of pine, earth, and distant rain. The sky above is a canvas of pastel hues, promising a day full of possibilities. She breathes in deeply, filling her lungs with the fresh morning air, and feels the thrill of the wild coursing through her veins. This is her world, a place of endless wonder and adventure where every day brings new discoveries, and today she's ready to embrace it all. The pack gathers around her, their presence a comforting reminder that she's never alone. They are her family, her protectors, and her guides in this vast, untamed world. As they prepare for the day's run, Lupa feels a sense of belonging, of being part of something greater than herself. She may be young, but she is a wolf, and the call of the wild is in her blood. With a final glance at the den, now bathed in the gentle light of morning, Lupa takes her place among the pack. The world is waiting and she's ready. The forest deepens as the pack begins their run, a journey as old as time itself. The trees close in around them, their towering trunks forming a cathedral of nature, where the sun's light filters through the leaves like stained glass. The ground beneath their paws is soft and forgiving, a carpet of fallen leaves and moss that muffles their movements, allowing them to glide silently through the undergrowth. Lupa runs alongside her pack, her small body moving in harmony with the rhythm of the run. Each stride is a dance, each breath a shared song that unites the pack in their journey. The bond between them is palpable, a living thread that connects them all, from the eldest wolf to the youngest pup. In this moment, Lupa feels the power of the pack, the strength that comes from unity, and the freedom that comes from the wild. The forest responds to their presence, its ancient heart beating in time with theirs. Birds take flight as they pass, their wings a flurry of colour against the green backdrop of the trees. A deer, grazing in a clearing, lifts its head, its large, dark eyes watching the pack with cautious curiosity, before it bounds away into the shadows. The wind, as if guided by the pack's movement, whispers through the trees, carrying the scents of pine, earth, and that distant rain. Lupa's senses are alive, each one attuned to the world around her. The sound of paws against the earth is a steady rhythm, like the heartbeat of the forest itself. The rustling leaves creating a symphony of sound. The scent of distant rain lingering in the air, while cool, fresh air fills her lungs, invigorating her with every breath. As she runs, Lupa becomes absorbed in the rhythm of the pack. Her thoughts, once a jumble of excitement and curiosity, now flow like a gentle stream, carrying her deeper into the heart of the forest. This is her reverie, a place where time seems to slow, and the world around her becomes a blur of green and gold. Every step brings her closer to the earth, every breath, a connection to something greater, something ancient and wise. For a moment, she stumbles, her attention caught by a fluttering leaf or a glimmer of light dancing through the trees. The world around her seems to shift, the edges of her vision softening as if she's stepping into a dream. But before fear can take hold, an older wolf nudges her gently, guiding her back into the rhythm of the run. The touch is reassuring, a reminder that she's not alone, that the pack is always there to guide and protect her. Lupa recovers quickly, her youthful energy propelling her forward. The distraction fades and she once again becomes part of the pack, her thoughts flowing in harmony with their movement. The forest, once a place of mystery and wonder, now feels like home, a place where she belongs. The run continues, each step bringing them deeper into the forest, each breath drawing them closer to the wild heart of the world. Lupa loses herself in the rhythm, her thoughts drifting like leaves on a gentle breeze. The forest around her becoming a dreamscape, a place where reality and reverie merge into one. She feels the earth beneath her paws, solid and real, yet somehow ethereal, as if she's running on the very fabric of a dream. As the pack moves deeper into the forest, the light begins to change. The sun, now higher in the sky, casts longer shadows, and the colours of the forest shift from the bright greens of dawn to the richer, deeper hues of midday. The air grows warmer, and the scent of distant rain fades, replaced by the earthy aroma of sun-warmed pine and blooming flowers. Lupa's muscles stretch and relax with each stride, her body moving in perfect harmony with the rest of the pack. The feeling is exhilarating, a sensation of freedom and power that fills her with joy. She's part of something greater, something wild and untamed, and the world around her is alive with possibility. As they run, the forest seems to open up before them, revealing new paths and hidden glades. The trees, once tall and imposing, now feel like old friends, their branches reaching out to guide and protect. The world is a place of beauty and wonder, a place where every shadow holds a secret, every breeze a whispered story. And in this moment, as Lupa runs, she knows that she's exactly where she's meant to be. And the sun hangs gently in the sky, casting dappled light across the clearing at the edge of the hill where they pause to rest. The warmth of the day is tempered by a soft breeze, carrying with it the scent of wild flowers and the faint promise of a distant summer. The clearing itself is a sanctuary of tranquility, a grassy floor invitingly soft underfoot, as if nature herself had woven a carpet of green just for moments like these. Lupa stands at the centre of the clearing, her bright eyes gleaming with a mixture of mischief and joy. The run through the forest has left her exhilarated, her young heart pounding with the thrill of it all. But now, with the pack at ease, her boundless energy seeks a new outlet. She glances at her siblings. who, like her, are feeling the irresistible pull of play. Each one, though similar in appearance, carries a unique spirit. One is quick and agile, darting about like a streak of lightning. Another is bold and daring, always the first to explore the unknown. And then there's Looper, the curious one, always searching for the next mystery, the next adventure. With a playful bark, Looper charges at her closest sibling, initiating a game of chase that sends the pups into a joyful frenzy. The sound of their laughter, soft yips and delighted barks fill the clearing, echoing off the surrounding trees and carrying on the breeze. It's a sound that seems to lift the spirits of the entire pack, a reminder of the innocence and joy of youth. The siblings scatter, weaving through the tall grass and darting between the trees at the clearing's edge. Looper's legs pump with a rhythmic ease, her paws barely touching the ground as she runs. The world around her blurs into a kaleidoscope of green and gold, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in a way that makes the whole forest seem to shimmer. It's as if the very earth beneath her is alive, vibrating with the same energy that pulses through her veins. Looper feels a thrill of pure, unbridled joy as she races after her siblings, her laughter joining theirs in the symphony of play. She dodges and weaves, her instincts guiding her as she anticipates their every move. Her fur bristles with excitement as she chases one sibling down the hill, the two of them tumbling together in a playful heap. The tickle of grass on her back as she rolls, the warmth of the sun on her fur, and the comforting sound of her sibling's breath beside her. All of it combines into a moment of pure, perfect happiness. The hill is a gentle slope, and as the pups roll down its side, the earth beneath them is soft and yielding, cushioning their playful descent. The world seems to slow down, each tumble and turn stretching out in time until it feels as though they're floating, suspended between the earth and sky. Looper closes her eyes, letting the sensation wash over her, the gentle rustling of leaves, the feeling of weightlessness, the joy of being completely, utterly free. When they finally come to rest at the bottom of the hill, Looper lies on her back, panting softly, her chest rising and falling in time with the rustling leaves. She opens her eyes to see the sky above, a brilliant blue canvas dotted with wisps of white clouds. The sun, still warm and bright, bathes her in its light, filling her with a deep sense of peace. Her siblings gather around her, their laughter subsiding into contented murmurs as they nuzzle one another affectionately. The bond between them is strong, a silent understanding that they're each part of something much larger than themselves. In this moment, lying in the sun-dappled grass, surrounded by those she loves, Looper feels a profound connection not only to her family but to the land itself, the forest, the sky, the earth beneath her, all of it part of the same great, mysterious whole. As the pups settle down, their playfulness giving way to a calm that mirrors the stillness of the clearing, Lupa's mind begins to drift. Her thoughts, which moments ago were filled with the excitement of the chase, now turn inward, becoming absorbed in the quiet beauty of the world around her. The clearing with its soft grass and warm sun feels like a place out of a dream, a place where time slows down and every breath is filled with the sweetness of life. In this state of reverie, Lupa becomes aware of the subtle details that make this moment so perfect. The gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings as it dances on the breeze, the way the sunlight plays off the dew on the grass, turning it into a field of diamonds, and the soft, steady rhythm of her siblings' breathing as they begin to doze beside her. But even as she relaxes, letting the warmth of the sun seep into her fur, a part of her remains alert, curious. The joy of play has given way to a quiet wonder, a feeling that something new and exciting is just beyond her reach, waiting to be discovered. And it's this feeling that stirs her, that makes her sit up and look around the clearing, her keen eyes searching for whatever it is that's caught her attention. The world around her is still a peaceful place, but Lupa's sharp senses pick up on something. A flicker of light at the edge of the clearing, just at the bottom of the hill. It's faint, almost imperceptible, but it's enough to pique her curiosity. She glances at her siblings, who are now fully absorbed in their own rest, and then back at the source of the light. The pull of discovery is too strong to resist, and with a final, reassuring nuzzle to her siblings, she rises to her paws and trots off towards the edge of the clearing. The bottom of the hill is cool and shadowed, the sunlight unable to penetrate the thick canopy of leaves above. Here, the air is different, damp and slightly musty, with the scent of earth and stone mingling with the fresh green of the forest. Lupa's paws sink slightly into the soft earth as she approaches the source of the light, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The flicker of light comes from a dense tangle of vines and moss, which cling to the rocky base of the hill like a living curtain. The vines are thick, their leaves dark and glossy, and they move slightly in the breeze, as if they're alive. Lupa hesitates for a moment, her instincts warning her that this place is different, that it holds secrets she may not be ready to uncover. But the call of the wild, the same call that drew her from the den at dawn, now urges her forward. With a cautious step, Lupa approaches the vines. The light flickers again, just behind them, and she nudges the leaves aside with her nose, her curiosity overpowering her caution. The vines part easily, revealing a small, dark opening in the rock, a passageway that seems to lead deep into the earth. The light is faint, more of a glimmer than a glow, but it's enough to show her the way. Lupa's heart quickens as she peers into the darkness. The passage is narrow, barely wide enough for her to squeeze through, and the air that wafts from within is cool and damp, carrying with it the scent of old stone and deep hidden places. It's a scent that speaks of ancient secrets and forgotten paths, of places where the light of the sun has never reached. For a moment, Lupa hesitates. She glances back at the clearing, where the rest of the pack lies in peaceful repose, unaware of the discovery she's made. The familiar comfort of the pack calls to her, urging her to return, to stay within the safety of their presence. But the pull of the unknown, the thrill of discovery is stronger. She knows that this is a path she must walk alone. With a final deep breath, she steps forward. The earth beneath her paws is cool and solid, grounding her as she begins to squeeze through the narrow gap in the rocks. The rough texture of the stone walls brush against her fur, and the darkness closes in around her like a thick, comforting blanket. The sounds of the outside world, of the pack, the forest, the wind, fades away, replaced by the soft, echoing drip of water somewhere deep within the passage. As she moves deeper into the cave, the light behind her fades and the dim glow ahead grows stronger, guiding her forward. The passageway twists and turns, each bend revealing another stretch of shadowy tunnel, until Lupa can no longer see the entrance. She's completely surrounded by the earth, the cool stone walls pressing close on either side, the air thick with the scent of ancient secrets. Lupa feels a strange sense of calm, a deep, peaceful sense that settles over her like a warm cloak. She finds the darkness is comforting, like the embrace of the den at night. The cool damp air soothes her, the echo of her footsteps a quiet lullaby that carries her deeper and deeper into the heart of the earth. Every step feels like a journey into another world, a place where time stands still and the concerns of the outside world are left behind. The cave is a realm of silence and shadow, where the only sound is the steady rhythm of her breathing, the only light the faint ethereal glow that guides her forward. As she ventures further into the passage, the walls begin to widen, the ceiling rising above her until it disappears into darkness, the air growing cooler, the scent of earth and stone stronger and stronger, and the echo of distant water more pronounced. Lupa senses that there is multiple sounds and scents coming from within this cave and through this cave. She's aware of every touch of the rough stone against her fur, filling her with a sense of awe and wonder. The passageway continues to twist and turn, leading her deeper and deeper into the unknown. The darkness becomes increasingly complete. As she continues to follow that distant glow, finding herself enveloped in peace and calm, feeling a quiet joy that fills her senses with purpose, knowing this is a journey of discovery and wonder, while she moves deeper and deeper into this cave. And the deeper she ventures into the cave, the more the world outside seems to slip away. And while she enters a chamber, she discovers that the walls now begin to change. They seem to be etched with strange symbols and markings that glow faintly in the dim light. These symbols, carved into the stone, tell stories of a time long past, when the earth was young, and spirits of the forest walked freely among the trees. She steps slowly as she takes in the markings, feeling a deep sense of wonder and curiosity. The symbols seem almost alive, their faint glow pulsing gently. As she rounds a corner, the passage widens slightly, revealing another small hollow chamber, bathed in soft greenish glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the walls. The light reveals shapes and textures of the space. The air is cool, the scent of damp earth surrounding her, and a fleeting occasional scent of flowers carried on a distant breeze. And Lupa's eyes are drawn to a small, delicate form lying on the floor of this cave. She discovers that it's a butterfly with crumpled wings. Its once vibrant colours faded and dull. Lupa feels a deep sense of sorrow and empathy towards this tiny, fragile creature, feeling that it seems so out of place here, in this cold, dark world underground. She approaches that butterfly, lowers her head, a warm breath washing over the butterfly, and a soft, comforting feeling, and the butterfly's wings flutter weakly in response. She feels this butterfly seems almost impossibly delicate, its wings like lace. And yet she feels there's a strength radiating from the butterfly, a resilience resonating deep within that butterfly that she recognizes within herself. She sees this small creature almost like a reflection of herself, something so small in a vast, overwhelming world, yet filled with determination. She feels an inexplicable connection, a bond that could transcend words and reason. She started to sense that this cave was beginning to feel more like a sanctuary, a place where time slows down and the rest of the world fades away. Markings on the walls, the soft glow of the fungi, the cool damp air, all becoming part of this moment. The stillness of the cave increasing, as if the earth itself is holding its breath. Lupa begins to drift inside her mind and begins to build up a sense of compassion, loving kindness within her heart, and begins to project out that compassion and loving kindness. With each breath, with each beat of her heart. And as that loving kindness beams out from within her, pulsating out into the cave, she starts to hear the distant drip of water echoing through the cave. She starts to feel a deeper sense of calm, a sense that her breathing is beginning to match the rhythm of that dripping water. The butterfly begins to glow with a quiet light. Lupa remains focused, watching that light, holding onto that loving kindness, allowing that to pulsate through the cave. She notices the butterfly's wings beginning to mend, and the more they mend, the deeper Lupa's sense of peace and calm. The butterfly seems to be infusing with an otherworldly light. There seems to be a hum of energy vibrating through the cave, resonating through the stone and the very air they're breathing. The wings continue to smooth and mend, the veins in the wings glowing faintly with soft golden light. The butterfly transforming, growing, repairing. Lupa in awe at the magic that seems to be happening, while she holds on to that sense of loving kindness and projecting that out into the world. Colour begins to return to the butterfly's wings, and that colour increases in vibrancy, of blues and purples and golds rippling across its wings. Lupa begins to feel a sense of wonder and gratitude as she sees that butterfly healing. Before the butterfly stands to its feet, flutters its wings. Before flapping those wings and hovering and flying around, beating its wings softly in front of Lupa. And its wings beating seem to carry a message of gratitude and kindness and appreciation for Lupa's help. She learns that this butterfly is a spirit of the forest, a guardian of the natural world, and because of Lupa's kindness, they give her a gift, a token of gratitude for the compassion that she showed. They hand Lupa a small shimmering stone, a smooth and round stone glowing softly with a calming light that seems to pulse gently like the heartbeat of the earth. Lupa takes that stone and can instantly feel the power of it passing through her, filling her with a deep sense of peace and calm. And through its fluttering wings, the butterfly communicates that the stone will guide her through the rest of her journey and be there for her whenever she needs it, offering her guidance and calm and connection where she can communicate with the forest and its spirits. And holding that stone, Lupa feels that calm washing over her. A calm which resonates to the core of her being, easing any fears she might have, soothing any worries she might have, and filling her with strength and wisdom. And then the butterfly flies off down the cave, and Lupa watches as it flies along that cave, illuminating the walls around it with its soft, warm glow, before disappearing out of sight, as Lupa herself now heads through the cave, finds her way back through that cave and back into the forest, back into that air of the forest which seems so much thicker than the air in the chamber. She feels a different connection to this forest, different understanding of the forest than she had when she entered this place. She feels that her senses have heightened even further, that she can hear every sound of the forest in the most comforting way, that she feels a deeper sense of beauty in the forest than she'd felt before, that she can be aware of the energy of all living things in the forest and how interconnected everything is. She explores the forest, once familiar, now seemingly different, with a different perspective, almost like it's being seen through new eyes. And yet it's the same old forest. She finds her way to a river stretching through the forest, and this river seems alive, its powerful current weaving and cutting its way through the forest like a vein of liquid. The sound of that water rushing over rocks filling the air, the rhythmic roar drowning out all other sounds, as if when near the river is the voice of the forest. She can smell the air around the river, and how different that is to the scent that she can smell in the forest. She spends some time walking along the edge of the bank of this river, learning from the river, watching the way that twigs flow down the river, weave and bounce with the water, and find their way following the easiest path before starting her journey back to her den. And as she journeys away from the river, and the roar of that river fades, so she begins to hear the distant sound of howls reaching her ears, the familiar musk of her family in the distance. And she heads towards the sound of the howls, following the scent of that musk, looking forward to seeing her family after the journey that she's been on. And she heads all the way through the forest and begins to ascend the hill, heading back to the clearing. And back in the clearing, she sees the pack, their bodies outlined against the setting evening sun. She approaches her family. They greet her with wagging tails, shining eyes. They smell the different scents on her from her journey, and she excitedly tells them of her experiences. And they nuzzle together, they play, they rest, before heading back into the den, and Lupa taking her place among her family, feeling the warmth of their fur against hers, aware of the steady rhythm of their breathing. She closes her eyes for a moment, letting the sensations wash over her. And as the moon climbs higher in the sky, the gentle silver glow bouncing its way in through the entrance of the den, she begins to feel sleep approaching. And one by one, the wolf pack drift asleep until Lupa's eyes get heavier and heavier, before finally closing, and with a deep sense of warmth and comfort, and an even deeper connection to the world around her, she drifts and floats peacefully, relaxed asleep, into slumberland. And in the soft, dim light of early dawn, the cocoon hangs suspended like a delicate lantern, swaying ever so gently in the breeze. For days, weeks, perhaps even lifetimes, the butterfly has been cradled within its silken walls, wrapped in a warm, velvety darkness that feels both comforting and mysterious. Inside, the world is peaceful, a place where time moves, not in moments, but in slow, gentle waves that carry the butterfly deeper and deeper into the realm of dreams. Memories of the past float through the butterfly's mind like fragments of a forgotten melody. There was a time long ago when it was something different, something small, earthbound and simple, a caterpillar content to explore the world in a slow, measured way, inch by inch, leaf by leaf. But even then, there was a longing, a deep, unspoken yearning for something more, a desire to rise above, to see beyond the edges of the leaves and the limits of the earth. And so it had spun its cocoon, weaving a tiny world of solitude and silence where the alchemy of transformation could take place. Within the cocoon, the butterfly's body began to change, slowly at first, like the shifting of shadows at twilight. The once familiar form dissolved, melting into a fluid state where nothing was certain and everything was possible. There were moments of fear, of confusion, as if the butterfly were lost in a maze of its own making. But there were also moments of peace, where the darkness felt like a gentle embrace, holding the butterfly safe as it surrendered to the process of becoming. Now, as the first light of dawn filters through the delicate walls of the cocoon, the butterfly feels a stirring within, a soft, insistent urge to break free, to emerge into the world beyond. The cocoon, once a sanctuary, now feels confining, like a shell that no longer fits. With a slow, deliberate movement, the butterfly pushes against the walls, feeling them give way beneath its touch. The silken threads part easily, and a tiny crack of light appears, growing wider and brighter with each passing moment. The butterfly emerges slowly, cautiously, as if testing the air for the first time. Its wings, still crumpled and damp, cling to its sides like a second skin, shimmering with iridescent colours that shift and change in the light. The world outside is a symphony of sensations, a world of cool, dew-kissed grass that tickles its feet, of earthy scents that rise from the ground like a sigh, of birdsong that fills the air with a soft, melodious hum. As the butterfly stretches its wings, it feels the coolness of the dew against its delicate veins, a sensation that's both refreshing and strange. It flutters them experimentally, feeling the gentle resistance of the air, the way it lifts and supports, as if inviting the butterfly to take flight. But the wings are still heavy, weighed down by the last traces of the cocoon's moisture, and the butterfly knows that it must be patient, that it must wait for the sun's warmth to dry them fully. The meadow around the butterfly is bathed in the soft, golden light of dawn. The sun, still low on the horizon, casts long shadows across the grass, turning each blade into a tiny prism that refracts the light in 1,000 different hues. The air is cool and crisp, carrying the scent of wild flowers and the promise of a new day. Everything is fresh, untouched, as if the world itself is waking up for the first time. As the butterfly gazes out across the meadow, its eyes are drawn to a distant hill where an old, weathered monastery stands in quiet solitude. Perched atop the monastery's highest tower is a weather vane, its once bright metal now tarnished by time and the elements. The vane spins lazily in the morning breeze, its movements slow and rhythmic, as if it's dancing to a tune that only it can hear. There's something about the weather vane that fascinates the butterfly, something that stirs a deep sense of wonder and curiosity within. It watches as the vane turns, first one way, then another, as if it's pointing out different paths, different directions that the butterfly might take. The vane seems to hold a secret, a silent promise of journeys yet to come, and the butterfly feels a subtle connection to it, as if it is somehow linked to its own destiny. The butterfly flutters its wings again, more confidently this time, feeling the sun's warmth beginning to dry them, to strengthen them. It can sense the power building within, the energy that will soon propel it into the air, lifting it above the earth and into the vast expanse of the sky. But there's no rush, no need to hurry. The butterfly knows that everything has its time, that every moment is part of the journey, and that the journey itself is what matters. As the butterfly waits, it becomes aware of the gentle rustling of leaves in the nearby trees, the soft murmur of a stream that winds its way through the meadow, the distant call of a bird welcoming the dawn. The world is alive with sound, with movement, yet there's a deep sense of peace that pervades everything, a quiet stillness that invites the butterfly to relax, to let go, to become fully absorbed in the present moment. And finally, the butterfly feels that it's ready. With a final stretch, it opens its wings fully, feeling them catch the light, the colours shimmering like the surface of a still pond at sunset. It flutters them once, twice, and then with a gentle push, it lifts off the ground, rising slowly, gracefully into the air. The sensation is exhilarating, like stepping into a dream where the laws of gravity no longer apply, where the sky is a vast ocean and the butterfly is a tiny ship sailing into the unknown. As it ascends, the butterfly feels the wind beneath its wings, lifting it higher and higher, carrying it above the meadow, above the trees, towards the distant monastery and the spinning weather vane. The world below shrinks away, becoming a patchwork of green and gold, a quilt of fields and forests that stretch out as far as the eye can see. The butterfly feels a sense of liberation, of freedom, as if it's finally broken free of all constraints, of all the things that once held it back. And yet there's also a sense of purpose, a feeling that this journey is not just about flight, but about discovery, about finding something that lies beyond the horizon, beyond the limits of sight and sound. The butterfly feels a deep curiosity, a need to explore, to seek out the secrets that the world holds, to learn from the experiences that await. Guided by an unseen compass within, the butterfly flies on, leaving the meadow behind, its wings carrying it ever further into the vast unknown world. The butterfly flutters gently through the cool morning air, the soft hum of its wings blending with the distant melody of the waking forest. The world is a patchwork of light and shadow as the sun begins its slow ascent, casting golden beams that dance across the leaves. Each shaft of light feels like a bridge between realms, connecting the earth below with the vast sky above, and the butterfly moves through them as though passing between worlds, growing ever deeper and deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees here are ancient, their gnarled roots burrowing deep into the earth, their branches stretching high into the heavens, interlacing to form a canopy so thick that the sunlight filters through in only the faintest of whispers. The deeper the butterfly ventures, the more the light begins to fade, replaced by the gentle silvery glow of the moon, which hangs like a guardian in the sky, its light filtered through the leaves in a soft, dappled pattern. In this dreamlike world where night and day intertwine, the butterfly feels a sense of calm wash over it, a deep, soothing reverie that slows its thoughts and stills its wings. The air is cool and filled with the scent of moss and damp earth, a rich, grounding aroma that seems to draw the butterfly closer to the forest floor. There, among the shadows and the moonbeams, it spots the source of the calm, a wise owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. The owl's eyes are large and luminous, reflecting the light of the moon as though they hold the entire night sky within them. Its feathers are soft and silent, blending seamlessly with the bark of the tree, as if the owl itself is part of the forest, an ancient guardian that has watched over this place for countless ages. The butterfly feels a pull towards the owl, as if drawn by an invisible thread, and it gently flutters upwards, coming to rest on a nearby branch. The owl blinks slowly, its gaze settling on the butterfly with a quiet intensity that holds no malice, only wisdom and a deep, abiding calm. When it speaks, its voice is like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, soft and soothing, carrying with it the weight of countless seasons and the wisdom of the forest. "Welcome, little one," the owl murmurs, its words flowing like a lullaby, each syllable a gentle stroke that eases the butterfly's heart. "You've come far, but your journey has only just begun." Here time moves differently. The past and the future dance together beneath the canopy, and all things are possible. The butterfly listens, feeling each word resonate deep within, as though the owl is not just speaking, but is projecting the very essence of being. The forest seems to hold its breath, as if listening along to the owl as well. "You'll encounter many things," the owl says. "Some will be pleasant, others will offer some challenges. But the journey isn't about reaching a destination. It's about the experiences, the lessons, the moments of stillness along the way. In patience, you'll find the answers you seek." The butterfly finds the owl's presence comforting and relaxing. To rush is to miss the beauty of the world, the owl continues. "Take your time, let the world reveal itself to you in its own way, at its own pace." The butterfly feels a deep sense of peace settle over it. The forest around them seems to agree with that sense of peace. The owl tells the butterfly they're going to share a story that'll help with their journey, saying it's an old tale passed down through the forest from tree to tree, leaf to leaf. It's the story of the wind and the stone. Once, long ago, There was a great stone that sat in the middle of a vast open plain. The stone was strong and solid, unmoving in the face of the elements. The wind, light and free, would dance around the stone, urging it to move, to join in the dance of life. But the stone refused, content to remain where it was, grounded and still. The wind grew frustrated, its breezes turning into gusts, then into gales, but still the stone didn't move. The wind howled and raged, trying to push the stone from its place, but the stone remained steadfast. It was only when the wind stopped, exhausted from its efforts, that it noticed something. Over time, the wind had worn down the stone, not through force, but through persistence. The stone, once sharp and jagged, had become smooth and rounded, softened by the gentle, persistent caress of the wind. And in that moment, the wind realized that patience, not force, was the true path to change. The owl went quiet. The butterfly went quiet, absorbing the story. With a final soft hoot, the owl said goodbye to the butterfly, trusting they'd learned what they needed from the conversation. The butterfly fluttered its wings and set off. It carried with it the wisdom from the owl as it continued its journey. The butterfly drifted through the forest, still thinking about what the owl said. As areas of the forest were dark, the butterfly flew more cautiously to navigate through the dark areas, before picking up speed while flying through areas where a bit more light could penetrate the canopy overhead. And as they continued their journey, they encountered a fox, its fur the colour of autumn leaves. The fox walked almost hypnotically, so silently through the forest floor, and the fox, in a very friendly voice, engaged in conversation with the butterfly, curious where the butterfly was going and what the butterfly was doing. The fox decided to offer some advice, saying, "Reason is the light that cuts through the shadows. It's the sharp edge that divides truth from illusion, the steady hand that guides you when all else is chaos. But reason alone isn't enough. You must also know when to be aware of your instincts, when to trust that quiet voice within that speaks not with words but with feelings, imposing a subtle current to the heart. Need to have an awareness of balance, of harmony. In all things, seek balance. Listen to your heart while letting reason guide you, and trust your own strength." And with that, the butterfly thanked the fox for their sharing of wisdom before continuing its journey through the forest. It felt it could almost hear a faint melodic tinkling sound, like the distant chime of bells carried on the wind. As the butterfly moved closer, the sound grew clearer, more distinct. Before the trees parted, revealing a hidden grove, a sanctuary bathed in a soft ethereal light, with fireflies drifting lazily through the air, their tiny bodies glowing with a warm golden light. Like stars which have descended to earth to dance among the trees. The butterfly hovered at the edge of the grove, captivated by the beauty and tranquility of the scene. The sound it had heard now revealed itself. A rhythmic flow of water, a fountain nestled at the heart of the grove, its clear waters bubbling quietly while cascading over smooth stones into a crystal clear pool below. And the butterfly flew closer to that pool and flew into the shade of an old tree. And as the butterfly hovered near the tree, so it noticed that each leaf seemed to reflect a different aspect of its journey. One leaf showing the owl, another showing the fox. Leaves shimmering with images of the past, of the butterfly's time as a caterpillar crawling around on other leaves, of the butterfly's time in the cocoon, held in darkness with just thoughts for company. And there were leaves hinting at the future that could be, with patterns shifting and changing from moment to moment like glimpses of possibilities yet to unfold. The butterfly recognized this as a reflection of its own journey, a living symbol of the interconnectedness of all things, each leaf a part of a greater whole. The butterfly felt drawn to the fountain. The water was so clear and cool, the surface reflecting the tree above. It rested by the fountain for a while, listening to the gentle flow of water, the soft tinkle of the leaves, the distant ethereal music that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And the world beyond the grove began to fade, almost as if it was becoming a distant memory, while the butterfly sunk deeper and deeper into a state of pure relaxation, where time had no meaning, where only the present existed. And for a long time the butterfly simply rested in this state of deep peace and calm, soothing its wings, feeling it could stay here forever, in this state of deep tranquility. But eventually the butterfly was aware it had to move on, so with a gentle flutter of its wings, it rose from the fountain and flew back towards the edge of the grove, fireflies guiding its path, their light casting a warm, reassuring glow. And as it continued on, so the butterfly encountered a river, and following that river, which was light and slow moving, they discovered a dam, and saw this dam was being built by a beaver. and they flew nearby watching the beaver work, watching with curiosity and admiration, a deep sense of wonder, as the beaver steadily and rhythmically carved on trees and worked at building that dam and keeping that dam in place. And after watching the beaver work and learning from the way that beaver worked, the way they put all their focus on the task at hand, to do a task which sounded overwhelming, to entirely slow down the flow of a river, one stick at a time, an overwhelming task where sticks float, and yet the beaver will place them and block the water, and yet by focusing on each small step, they achieved that bigger task. And with the learning in mind from watching that beaver, they carried on their journey. And as they carried on, day moved to night, the moon hanging low in the sky, silvery light bathing the landscape with a soft ethereal glow. And the butterfly begins to hear a roaring sound in the distance. And as they get closer to that roaring sound, so they discover it's an ocean of water pounding on the shore. They see the most beautiful sandy beach, the glistening diamonds on the surface of the water. The bubbling water slapping onto the shore. And while watching this water and smelling how this water is different to the water at the fountain or the water at the river, this water has a salty smell. They encounter a seagull, and the seagull explains that the sea is an exciting place of endless exploration. It's a vast expanse, ever changing, yet always the same. Both a mirror and a mystery, a reflection of the world above, and a gateway to the unknown world below. The seagull says they never tire of flying. They enjoy the freedom of flight. They enjoy the sea as their companion. They enjoy that there's always something new to discover, just beyond the horizon. They enjoy their journey. And the butterfly recalls back to hearing that before, about enjoying the journey. And as the butterfly flies away from the seagull, it notices the twinkling, sparkling of light in the distance along the seashore, and flies closer to that sparkling, twinkling light, and notices on the seashore shells of all shapes and sizes, some small and delicate, others larger and more intricate, and some shimmering with a pearlescent sheen that seems to be catching the moonlight. The butterfly lands beside a shell, and the shell seems to hum with a faint melodic vibration, as if it holds within it the echoes of the ocean, the memory of the waves that once carried it. The butterfly feels a deep sense of wonder, as if it stumbled upon a treasure trove of ancient stories, each shell a chapter, a verse, a song that tells of the sea's endless journey. They press a tiny ear against the shell and are immediately enveloped by the sound of the ocean, the gentle roar of the waves, the distant call of seabirds, the soft whisper of the wind. The sound is so soothing, almost hypnotic, and the butterfly feels itself drawn deeper and deeper into the shell's embrace. Each shell seems so unique and different from the last. The butterfly moves from one to the next, each time feeling a new emotion, a new sensation. One shell hums with the energy of a storm, the crash of waves against rocks, the howl of the wind as it tears through the sky. Another shell sings of calm waters, of a gentle breeze that caresses the sea's surface, of the warmth of the sun as it sets, casting the world in a golden light. The butterfly becomes absorbed in the world of the shells, losing itself in their stories, their songs. It feels as if it's journeying through the sea itself, exploring the depths, its mysteries, its ever-changing mood. The shells speak of distant lands, of coral reefs teeming with life, of underwater caves filled with treasures hidden from the world above. They tell of ships that sail across the horizon, of voyages that span oceans, of explorers who chart new courses seeking out the unknown. As the butterfly listens, it feels a deep connection to the sea, to the world it's yet to fully discover. The shells speak of the vastness of life, of the endless possibilities that lie in every wave, every ripple, every breeze. They remind the butterfly that its journey is part of something much greater, a thread in an intricate tapestry of the world, woven together with journeys of all the creatures that have come before and all those that will follow. And among the many shells, the butterfly finds one that resonates deeply with it, a small, delicate shell, its surface smooth and cool to the touch, with a soft, warm glow that seems to pulse. The butterfly lifts the shell gently in its wings, holding it close as it listens to the song it carries within. The shell hums with a quiet, peaceful melody, a lullaby that soothes the butterfly's soul, filling it with a sense of calm and contentment. The butterfly feels as if the shell is speaking directly to it. The butterfly closes its eyes, letting the shell's melody wash over it, feeling the tension in its body melt away, replaced by a deep, relaxing calm. It feels a sense of gratitude, appreciation for the journey, for the experiences, for the lessons. As the butterfly listens to the shell's soothing melody, the wisdom of its encounters flow through its mind. Each encounter a step on its path, on its journey, on its story, beginning to feel a sense of fulfillment. And the butterfly places the shell gently back on the sand, knowing the shell's song will stay with it as a memory, a guide, as they feel ready now to begin their journey home. They rise up into the air, the sounds of the shells fading into the distance, the sea stretching out before it, vast and endless, a reminder of infinite possibilities that can lie ahead. And the butterfly flies on, the night sky now filled with stars, feeling a deep sense of contentment. And the butterfly flies back in the direction of home, over the seas, the sands, the groves, through the forest, back towards that distant hill, where the silhouette of the old monastery stands outlined against the sky. The butterfly notices that weathered weather vane, spinning slowly on top of the monastery's highest tower, feeling that sense of familiarity and warmth of home. The butterfly lands gently on the steps that lead up to the monastery's entrance, pauses for a moment, taking in the stillness, the quiet that surrounds it, feeling a sense of contentment and peace and calm. And the butterfly enters the monastery. The air inside is calm and still, filled with the faint scent of incense, the soft glow of candles flickering along the walls, casting warm, dancing shadows. The butterfly feels a sense of calm wash over them, a feeling of sanctuary, a place they can rest, where they can simply be. And they pass through the monastery and then out into a peaceful courtyard. And in this courtyard they encounter a wise person, a person that isn't just a guide but a reflection of their own inner wisdom. The wise person smiles. You've travelled far, you've gathered much wisdom, now it's time to rest, to reflect on your journey, and to find the peace that lies within. Your journey has led you here, to this place of rest and reflection, of deep relaxation. This is a safe, calming place, a place of peace, a sanctuary. The butterfly feels its wings grow heavier and heavier. The world around it fades as it gets sleepier and sleepier. The sounds, the sights, the sensations become softer, more distant. The wise person's presence brings a deep and comforting feeling, almost like they feel that they can sleep while being watched over by a comfortable guide. And as they drift and float so peacefully asleep, the world outside the temple grows quieter and quieter. And the butterfly's mind learns and develops and integrates all of their learning as they grow and become something more than themselves, drifting into the most pleasant dreams, the most peaceful reverie, the deepest, most relaxing slumberland, finding themselves falling asleep, drifting and floating into that slumberland. And in a secluded corner of a peaceful dimension, tucked away from the bustle of distant lands, stands a forest so ancient and untouched that the air seems to hold the very whispers of time. The trees here stretch tall and wise, their trunks twisted with age, their canopies so dense that they weave a living tapestry of emerald green. Among the roots of a towering oak, Goldrick Froststone, a humble dwarf, has made his home. His cabin, built lovingly from the very wood of the forest, nestles in the embrace of the earth, half hidden among the ferns and moss that blanket the ground. The first light of morning filters softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the cabin's wooden walls. The air is fresh, crisp, with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the faintest hint of wildflowers. The soft creak of the wooden floorboards greets Goldrick as he rises each day, the familiar sound and comforting reminder of his rooted life. His bed, modest but warm, is draped in thick blankets that hold the faint smell of lavender, herbs he collects from the forest and weaves into his home. Outside, his vegetable garden, a patch of vibrant life in the heart of the wild, greets him. Every morning, Goldrick steps out into the cool air, his feet bare against the soft soil, feeling the earth's pulse beneath him. The dew clings to the leaves of his plants, glistening like tiny jewels in the morning light. He hums softly to himself, a quiet tune he's sung since childhood, as his hands work through the soil, tending to his vegetables and herbs with care. The trees rustle their leaves gently in the breeze, as though in conversation with the dwarf. The birds, perched high in the branches, sing their morning songs, a melody that fills the air with life. Goldrick often pauses to listen, his heart swelling with the simple joy of it. The forest feels alive, as though it breathes with him, its rhythms so closely aligned with his own. A pair of squirrels dart along the branches, chasing each other playfully, their tails flicking in excitement. Goldrick smiles at their antics, feeling a part of this living, breathing world. His cabin, though modest, is filled with warmth. The smell of wood smoke drifts from the chimney, curling lazily into the sky. Inside, the hearth's fire crackles softly, casting a warm glow that dances along the walls. Shelves line the cabin, filled with trinkets and books collected over years of quiet living. Small carvings, wooden figures of forest creatures, rest on his workbench, remnants of hours spent crafting, a skill passed down through generations of his kin. The scent of wild herbs, dried and hung from the beams, fills the air, mingling with the comforting aroma of fresh bread that bakes slowly in the oven. Goldrick's life is simple, but it's one of contentment. He takes pleasure in the small things, a well-tended garden, the feel of the earth beneath his fingers, the soft glow of the fire as he works with wood. His hands are rough from years of labour, but his touch is gentle, full of care. The routine of his day is a rhythm he knows by heart, one that brings him peace. He finds joy in these moments, in the quiet stillness that surrounds him, in the knowledge that here, in this hidden forest, he's at home. As the day winds down and the sun sinks low, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Goldrick retreats indoors. His evenings are slow and peaceful. He sits by the hearth, the flames crackling softly, the warmth seeping into his bones. In one hand he holds a cup of herbal tea, the steam rising gently, filling the room with the scent of chamomile and mint. The fire's glow flickers against the stone walls, casting dancing shadows that lull him into quiet contemplation. Outside, the forest hums with life, the soft rustle of leaves in the evening breeze, the distant call of an owl as it awakens for the night. Goldrick listens, feeling the quietude settle around him like a blanket. The weight of the day slips away as the fire warms his tired body. He gazes into the flames, watching them flicker and dance, his mind drifting into a peaceful reverie. His home is not grand, but it is his sanctuary, a place of deep comfort and serenity. As sleep approaches, Goldrick climbs into his bed, the heavy blankets pulling him into their warmth. His thoughts slow, the rhythm of the forest lulling him towards sleep. In the distance, the wind sings through the trees, a lullaby, gently rocking him to sleep. Goldrick dreams peacefully of the forest, of the sway of the trees, and the earth beneath him, cradling him in its ancient embrace. And the next morning begins just like any other. The forest is still and quiet, the early light of dawn casting a soft golden hue over the treetops. Goldrick steps outside, stretching in the cool morning air, but something feels off. The birds are silent. The usual chorus of morning song that fills the air is absent, leaving a hollow quiet that settles over the trees. The air itself feels thick, as if charged with an unseen energy, like the world is holding its breath. Goldrick frowns, his brow furrowing. It's a small change, but it unsettles him. He takes a step forward. The forest floor soft beneath his feet. His feet press into the damp earth as he moves deeper into the woods, his instincts guiding him towards the unknown. The path he knows so well, where the ferns brush his hands and the sunlight filters gently through the canopy, feels unfamiliar today. There's a weight in the air, a strange stillness, as if the forest is waiting for something to happen. The deeper and deeper he walks, the more the unease grows. The trees here are older, their branches twisting into shapes that seem to reach for him. The air is cooler, and a mist clings to the ground, swirling around his ankles as he steps through it. He's been this way before, but it feels different now, heavier, as though the forest itself is shifting around him. Goldrick's hand brushes a fern, its fronds soft beneath his fingers, but there's something beneath the surface that pulls him onward. His feet carry him further into the deep woods, where shadows linger between the trees. The air grows colder still, and his breath forms small clouds in front of him. He feels the presence of something new, something just out of reach. As he pushes past a thicket, the forest suddenly opens up into a hidden clearing, bathed in dim light. At its centre stands a stone portal, half buried in the earth, its surface covered in moss and vines. It hums softly as though alive, the faint vibration reaching Goldrick through the ground. The air around it is changed and charged with energy, a low hum that seems to pulse with each breath he takes. Goldrick stands at the edge of the clearing, his heart racing, his mind filled with questions. He steps closer, drawn by the strange light that shimmers at the portal's edge, shifting and flickering like a distant memory. There's something both familiar and utterly alien about this. He reaches out, his hands trembling slightly, the pull of the portal growing stronger with every passing moment. He knows, deep down, that stepping through this portal will change everything. The safety of his cabin, the quietude of his life, it all seems so far away now, but the portal beckons, its light flickering softly as though it's waiting for him. Goldrick hesitates for a moment, the weight of the decision weighing heavily on his chest. He feels urged towards this portal. With a deep breath, he steps into the light, the world around him fading into a soft glowing blur, the forest, the cabin, his life, everything melting away as the portal's light envelops him, pulling him into a new and unknown world. And as the light of the portal fades, he finds himself standing in a world that feels utterly foreign yet strangely alive. The cool, earthy scents of his home are gone, replaced by the thick, humid air of a jungle that hums with a life all of its own. The air presses down on him like a heavy cloak, clinging to his skin and filling his lungs with the smell of damp earth, wet leaves, and something faintly sweet like overripe fruit. Above him, the canopy is a dense quilt of green, so tightly woven that it barely lets the sunlight through. What little light does manage to slip through creates a soft, dim glow, casting the jungle floor in shades of muted green and grey. Massive trees rise up like pillars, their bark twisted and gnarled, their roots snaking across the ground in thick, tangled webs. Goldrick's eyes widen as he takes it all in, his heart pounding with both awe and uncertainty. This is a world far removed from the quiet forest he knows. The plants around him are unlike any he's ever seen. Leaves larger than his body stretch out, their waxy surfaces gleaming and glistening faintly in the filtered light. Some are a deep, vibrant green, while others shimmer with colours that shift from violet to blue as they catch the faint rays of the sun. Flowers with petals as wide as his arm bloom in vibrant bursts of red and gold, their sweet fragrance mixing with the dampness in the air. Strange twisting vines dangle from the trees above, swaying gently as though stirred by an invisible breeze. Then there's the sounds. The jungle is alive with different sounds. The constant buzz of insects fill the air, their wings creating a steady hum that vibrates in Goldrick's ears. In the distance, the gentle sound of birds calling out from treetops. Their songs, sometimes sharp and piercing, other times highly melodic and pleasant. Every so often, there are rustles in the undergrowth, as though something unseen is moving just beyond sight. Taking a hesitant step forward, Goldrick feels the softness of moss beneath his feet, damp and spongy as though the ground itself is alive. He crouches down, runs his hands over the surface, feeling the cool moisture seeping around his fingers. It's both familiar and foreign, a connection to the earth, but not his earth. As he stands again, the weight of the jungle presses in around him. The trees towering above him, like silent guardians. Despite the overwhelming strangeness of this place, there's a beauty here. It's wild, untamed, and utterly different from the ordered peace of his quiet forest. But in its chaos, Goldrick senses something deeper, an energy that hums through the air, vibrating in the leaves, the soil, the very breath he takes. The jungle feels alive in a way that makes his heart race, not with fear but with wonder. The familiar comfort of his cabin, his garden, his fire, those things for now feel like a distant memory, washed away by the sheer magnitude of this new world. He feels like a speck in the vastness of this teeming place. The path ahead is unclear. A thick undergrowth stretches out before him. He feels that he can't stay still. He feels the portal brought him here for a reason. He feels that his feet must carry him on, and so, with a deep breath, he takes another step and then another, the moss giving way to dense ferns, fronds brushing against his legs as he moves deeper and deeper into the jungle, each step cautious but determined. The mystery of this new world drawing him forward. As he walks, the sounds of the jungle become a steady rhythm in his ears, as though the path is wild and untamed. There's a strange sense of purpose in every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call. Time in this jungle seems to stretch and warp, the light above barely changing as Goldrick presses on. Hours pass, though it feels like moments, and the deeper he goes, the more the undergrowth thickens, wrapping around him like a dense green web. His legs grow tired from pushing through the tangled plants, his skin damp with the humidity. Every so often he stops to catch his breath, listening to the jungle around him, trying to make sense of the sounds and the shifting shadows. Just as weariness begins to settle into his bones, the soft murmur of water reaches his ears. His pace quickens, hope rising within him. He pushes past a thick wall of ferns, and suddenly the jungle opens up before him, revealing a wide, dark river cutting through the landscape. The water is swift and deep, its surface reflecting the dim light from above in swirling patterns of black and silver. It moves with a silent force, the current strong enough to sweep away anything that dares to enter. He steps closer, the cool air coming off the river, a welcome relief from the jungle's humidity. But as he crouches by the river's edge, watching the water swirl and churn, a wave of uncertainty washes over him. The river feels like a barrier, one that separates him from whatever lies ahead. Its width makes it impossible to cross with a simple leap, and the thought of swimming through its dark, rolling depths sends a shiver down his spine. The water moves too quickly, its hidden strength pulling at him from the shore. For the first time since stepping into this new world, he's unsure what to do. He kneels, staring into the water, his mind racing for a solution. For a long time he considers turning back, following his steps to the portal. But something stops him, an instinct, a feeling that the way forward lies not in retreat, but in pushing ahead. The river may be a barrier, but he knows there must be a way across. And then, as if in answer to his silent plea, the water begins to calm down. The rushing current slows and begins to still. Beneath the surface, faintly glowing stones begin to appear, their soft light illuminating the dark water. They shimmer like stars, revealing a hidden path that winds its way across the river. Goldrick stands, his heart steady. He steps cautiously onto the first stone. The stone holds firm. With each step, he moves carefully from one stone to the next, the cool water lapping gently against his legs. The river, once an insurmountable obstacle, now feels like part of his journey, guiding him as he moves towards the other side of this river. The glowing stones pulse softly beneath him, their light offering comfort and clarity as he makes his way across. As he reaches the far shore, he feels a sense of relief and triumph. He stands for a moment, breathing in the fresh air. Dense jungle continuing on the other side of this river. He feels like he's no longer the Goldrick who lived quietly among the trees, tending to his garden, sitting by the fire. He's now an adventurer, a traveller in a world of mystery and wonder, learning to trust the unknown. As he walks, the jungle continues to deepen around him, its shadows growing longer and the canopy thickening, the air becoming cooler again. Each step feels as though it's taking him deeper into the heart of this mysterious world. As he pushes through a patch of dense vines, he discovers a massive tree. The tree feels alive in a way that's different from the others, as though it's seen more than most, as though it holds memories older than the jungle itself. As he continues, each step that he takes feels like he's working through challenges, uncovering lessons. He finds himself reflecting on his journey, both the journey he's undertaken and the journey that's yet to come. And while he continues, he eventually exits the jungle to discover a large glowing lake in a clearing. The lake stretches out before him, its surface smooth and calm. Beneath the surface seems to be a faint ethereal glow, pulsing gently. He continues walking closer and closer, his eyes wide with wonder, the air here feeling different, quieter than anywhere else he's been in the jungle. Almost as if this place exists outside of time. He kneels at the water's edge, sees his reflection staring back at him. The surface of the lake seems to be impossibly clear. As he gazes into that lake, he sees strange shapes moving just below the water, creatures unlike any he's ever seen. They're fish, but not ones he's familiar with. The scales of the fish shimmering like jewels catching the light in a way that makes them seem like they're glowing from within, their movements slow and graceful. He watches them in silence, mesmerized by their beauty. Unable to resist, he dips his hand into the water, the coolness surprising him. As his fingers break the surface, tiny ripples spread outward, disturbing the perfect stillness. The sensation is so calming, bringing a sense of quiet peace through his body, releasing and easing tension in any muscles, and any restlessness in his mind quietening. He sits on the edge of the lake, watching the ripples as they expand and fade, listening to the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. He feels that this lake is ancient, filled with untold stories. He has this sense that this area is to be understood and learned from, that the lake holds some level of wisdom and knowing. And after gaining some insights here, he continues on pushing through the jungle until once more the jungle gives way to open sky, to a crisp, cool air, to a rocky and rugged landscape dominated by towering cliffs, rising like giants from the earth, seeming to stretch impossibly high towards the sky. He stops at the base of some cliffs, looks up at those cliffs, has this sense of the wind whistling high up among those cliffs. He's aware there's no path around the cliffs, and so, taking hold and pressing his body against the stone, he begins to climb. He reaches for one ledge and then another, first with a hand, then pushing with a foot and reaching with another hand and moving another foot, carefully working his way up the cliff face, aware that he has the strength in his body to overcome the challenge and climb this cliff. As he ascends, the wind grows stronger, whipping around at his hair, pulling on his clothes. The world below him seems to shrink. The jungle seems to fade into the distance. He pays all of his attention to climbing this cliff and finds himself sinking deeper and deeper into the challenge. The higher he climbs, the more the landscape seems to change. The air grows colder, the wind grows sharper, the stones become smoother. His muscles burn with the effort, his arms and legs tremble with fatigue, but he presses on, continuing to climb, heading up towards that wide and endless blue, deepening sky, feeling a sense that he's climbing to heaven, before eventually reaching the top, climbing up over onto the top of the cliff, standing up and looking out before him at the vastness of the landscape below, the jungle, the patches of green, rolling hills and valleys, rivers winding through this earth, the sky above so endless, streaked with the occasional cloud and the setting sun. He feels a deep sense of triumph and achievement, a sense he's done something insurmountable and reached the other side. He finds that the descent isn't anywhere near as difficult as the climb, discovers that the valley below is peaceful, the ground is soft beneath his feet. He feels he's been walking for days He slows down and breathes deeply and comfortably, savouring every moment. The sky shifts from hues of dusk, of golds and violets. He continues to travel through the valley, heading back towards his home. He's aware that he's found something within himself that he didn't know at the beginning of his journey he was even seeking. And while walking, as a scent of pine tickle his nostrils, and catches a glimmer of the world he once knew. He reaches that portal. He passes through to the other side, continuing his journey through familiar homeland. Heading all the way home as the sun dips below the horizon. Being back at the cabin that's nestled among those roots of the ancient tree. But feeling back here that there's a warmth, a sense of life that he hadn't noticed before. He wanders around his home, taking in the slightly different atmosphere, aware that he's brought this atmosphere in with him as a slightly changed person. He reaches for the kettle, pours himself a cup of tea, enjoying the way the heat seeps into his fingers as he rests his weary legs from his journey, aware of the quietness, the soft hum of the fire, the faint rustling of trees outside. And as the fire crackles, he allows himself to reflect on his journey while drinking that tea, aware it's changed him in ways he didn't expect, to become a better version of himself. Before bed, he heads outside once more, just to breathe in some of that cool and crisp air, to gaze at the stars overhead, to listen to the sounds of the night, before heading back into the cabin, the fire burning down to embers, glowing faintly, giving off the most gentle warmth, the moonlight dancing through the window, casting a soft glow across the room. As Goldrick heads to bed, closes his eyes, and drifts and floats so peacefully, so relaxed asleep, into slumberland. In this bedtime story, the air is cool, settling the warmth of the day as twilight descends upon the kingdom. The forest, in the final breath of autumn, is hushed but alive. Golden leaves carpet the ground, soft under paw and hoof, while others still cling to branches, catching the last threads of light. The evening breeze stirs them gently, the sound like soft murmurs through the ancient trees, Overhead, the sky deepens from amber into a deep indigo, as though the world is slipping ever so gently into a dream. Beneath a towering oak that stands as an ancient guardian in the centre of the forest, 4 figures gather, each from a different corner of the kingdom. Holly the hare sits with quiet grace, her long ears perked, listening to the rustling leaves as though they might whisper secrets of long-forgotten times. Her fur, pale as dawn's first light, catches the last glow of the evening sky. Bramwell the badger, solid and sturdy, leans against the oak's rough trunk, his thick paws digging gently into the earth as if drawing strength from the roots that stretch far below. On a low-hanging branch perches Rowan the raven, his dark feathers gleaming in the twilight, his sharp eyes glinting with unspoken thoughts. Then there's Fern the fox, pacing lightly across the mossy ground, her fiery coat a flicker of movement in the fading light, her sharp nose twitching as she absorbs the scents of the forest. They've come from different lands, each bearing the weight of their own community's suffering. The evil king, with his insatiable thirst for wealth, has drained the towns and villages dry. Markets that once thrived now lie in ruin, the streets echoing with the heavy footfalls of mercenaries rather than the cheerful chatter of traders. Laughter, once a hallmark of village life, has long since been replaced by the fearful clank of soldiers' armour. The kingdom is suffocating under the weight of tyranny, and each of these animals has witnessed their homes fall to ruin, their neighbours struggling under the cruel hand of a king who values nothing but gold. "I've heard rumours," Holly begins, her voice soft but charged with quiet determination. Her bright eyes scan the faces of her companions. "They say beneath the king's castle lies a vault filled with gold. The same gold he uses to pay the mercenaries, the ones who enforce his rule." The group listens in silence, the weight of her words settling over them like a soft blanket. There's a pause, heavy with unspoken thoughts as they let the enormity of her plan sink in. "If we destroy the vault," Holly continues, her voice firmer now, "if we collapse his wealth, his power will crumble, the mercenaries will leave, and he'll be left with nothing, no gold, no army." Bramwell shifts, his deep voice rumbling in the quiet. "It sounds like a dream, Holly, but dreams, they're fragile things." "A dream can be fragile," Holly agrees, her gaze steady, "but it can also be powerful." On bonfire night, while the kingdom celebrates, while the fires burn bright, we can move unseen. We can use the night to strike a blow that will shake the very ground he stands on. Rowan tilts his head, his beady eyes narrowing in thought. "It's risky," he croaks, his voice rasping like dry leaves caught in the wind. "But the king is most vulnerable when he believes himself untouchable. He'll be too preoccupied with his own celebrations." Fern, who's been pacing with restless energy, finally stops. She looks at each of them in turn, her sharp eyes glinting with a spark of something dangerous, something hopeful. "If we're going to do this," she says, her tail swishing behind her, "we need to make sure it's done right. We'll only get one chance." Holly nods, feeling the resolve within the group solidify. We'll move carefully under the cover of the bonfire's glow, and when we strike, it'll be the beginning of something new. The ancient oak looms above them, its branches creaking in the cooling air as if in agreement, as though the forest itself understands the gravity of what's to come. The last golden light of twilight fades into the deeper shades of night, and with it, a sense of purpose settles over the group. The night is coming, and with it, the promise of change. The village square is alive with the warm glow of bonfires, their flames licking the sky like lazy flickering tongues. The air is thick with the rich, earthy smell of wood smoke and the sweet aroma of roasting chestnuts. It feels like a festival of fire and warmth, a night where the world slows, sinking into the soft embrace of the evening. Voices rise and fall, murmuring like a lullaby, soothing in their familiarity, wrapping the villagers in the comforting rhythm of community. Lanterns hang from the trees, casting a soft golden glow that dances gently in the breeze. They sway like tiny stars suspended in the branches. The village feels dreamlike, the kind of place where time seems to melt, where reality blurs into something softer, something more tender. The crackle of the bonfires is steady, a rhythmic background hum that seeps deeper into the cool air, carrying with it the promise of warmth and safety. Holly, Bramwell, Rowan and Fern move through the crowd with quiet purpose. Their eyes scan the scene, noting the guards who seem to have let their vigilance slip under the warmth of the firelight. Holly feels a flutter of nervous energy rise within her. Tonight's the night when everything changes. Fern's eyes catch sight of the soldiers who've grown careless in their revelry. They're distracted, she murmurs to the group. This is our chance. Rowan nods. The king's soldiers have become complacent. They think that they're invincible. Holly's heart beats steadily. Though tension hums beneath her calm exterior, she can feel the energy of the night gathering around them, as if the very air is thick with potential. The bonfire's light flickers across their faces, casting shifting shadows that move like dreams just out of reach. The night hums with life. The kingdom stands on the edge of something new. The forest is bathed in the soft glow of the moon, its light filtering through the trees, casting dappled silver across the path. The air is crisp and cold, the first frost of winter dusting the ground like sugar. Each step is muffled by the frost-covered leaves. The earth firm beneath their paws and claws. The trees arching overhead, their bare branches weaving together. As the companions move deeper and deeper into the woods, above them the sky is a vast expanse of deep blue, sprinkled with stars twinkling, as if they know the events that are unfolding. The companions walk in silence, absorbed in their own thoughts, their hopes and fears. Holly leads the way. There's a quiet determination in her step, a steady belief that what they're about to do is not only necessary but right. Bramwell walks beside her, his broad paws crunching softly against the frost. He knows the risks, but he trusts Holly's vision. Rowan flits from branch to branch. Fern moves gracefully behind them. The sound of night can be heard with soft rustling wind through the trees, the occasional distant hoot of an owl, the gentle sound of the breeze. Eventually, after some time walking, they encounter the guardian owl, her feathers dark as midnight, with silver streaks that seem to gleam and glisten in the moonlight. Travellers, you walk a dangerous path. Holly steps forward. We know that it's the path we must take. The king's castle is treacherous, says the owl. Beneath it lies a labyrinth of tunnels designed to ensnare anyone who enters. The king is paranoid and has many defences. The owl pulls a single silver feather out from beneath her wing. This feather is a gift. It'll bring you clarity when you feel lost, and courage when doubt creeps in. But remember, it's not the feather that holds the power. It's your belief, your dreams, that will guide you through your darkest hour. Holly takes the feather, thanks the owl, and they continue on their journey. As they approach the edge of the forest, so they can notice the meadow beyond, and standing tall in the meadow, off in the distance, they can see the silhouette of the castle rising against the dark sky. Its spires seeming to almost pierce the heavens like jagged teeth. The stone walls cold and grey, looming ominously. Off in the distance behind them, and glows from other villages, are evidence of the bonfires burning, flickering in the distance. As they draw closer, so the wind picks up, not only carrying the scent of smoke from all the bonfires from surrounding towns and villages, but a faint tinge of metallic scent like cold iron. With this scent, Holly shivers. Bramwell breaks the silence. We're walking into the lion's den. Holly glances at him. Keep calm. We've come too far to turn back now. We need to do this for the better of all these people, of all these villages and towns. They got closer and closer to the castle, its towers looming larger and larger. Rowan swoops down from above as they reach the outer wall. He tells the others that the side gate is currently unguarded, with Rowan leading the way. They dash around that side gate and slip through the gate, their bodies pressed firmly against the cold stone as they move silently through the shadows. The air inside the castle grounds is thick and heavy, the silence almost suffocating. The scent of damp stone and iron fills the air. The group move quietly, heading deeper and deeper into the heart of the king's fortress. Acting like mere shadows in the night, slipping unnoticed through the darkened corridors, heading closer and closer to the gold-filled vault. And deep beneath the castle, the labyrinth of tunnels seems to stretch endlessly. The walls here slick with moss and damp, the stone gleaming faintly in the dim light of Holly's lantern, their footsteps echoing softly through the passageways. Every noise, every scrape, every rustle, feeling slightly magnified by the walls around them. Fern scans the shadows as they move deeper and deeper, her senses on high alert. Bramwell brings up the rear. They continue on through this labyrinth of tunnels, and as they continue, the air grows colder. Holly holds the lantern tighter. Suddenly, Fern halts, her nose twitching. She lifts her head. They've arrived, and the tunnel opens into a large chamber. And before them, at the centre of this cavernous space, is the king's hoard, piles of gold, jewels and artifacts. The vault is enormous, the high stone ceiling arching above them, like the ribcage of some ancient beast. The gold glimmers softly in the dim light, casting a warm glow that makes the space feel strangely alive. Holly steps forward, her heart pounding in her chest as she pulls a device from her satchel. It's small, delicate, no larger than her paw, its gears and cogs humming softly with power. She kneels beside a pile of gold, setting the device carefully on the shimmering coins. Holly adjusts the tiny levers and dials with precise movements. The device begins to hum louder. Vibrations from the device begin to sink into the room, merging with the tension that's filling the air. Just as Holly is about to activate this device, a metallic clang echoes down the tunnel, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. The guards are coming. Rowan's feathers bristle. They're close. Holly freezes for a moment. The device is almost ready, but they need to act quickly. She glances at Fern. Bramwell's jaw tightens. "We don't have much time," Holly whispers. She turns the final dial. The device clicks softly. The hum grows louder before settling into a steady rhythm. It's ready. The sound of the footsteps grows louder. The metallic clang of armor rings through the tunnels. "We need to move now," Holly says. Fern is already ahead, darting towards the side tunnel that branches off from the vault. "This way," she calls. The others follow quickly, their steps light and silent as they disappear into the shadows, leaving the vault behind. As they slip deeper and deeper into the labyrinth, the device hums quietly in the vault, its presence barely noticeable among the piles of gold. Soon its power will be unleashed, and the king's wealth will be no more. The group races through the tunnels, the sounds of the guards fading behind them. The tunnels twist and turn in endless directions. Each step reverberates through the passageway, the sharp clank of the guards' boots, occasionally echoing closer, and then fading into the distance as they gain ground. Without thinking, as the guards get closer, Holly pulls the enchanted feather from her satchel. The feather glows faintly in the dim light. With a quick flick of her paw, she waves it through the air. The feather shimmers, and a thick mist begins to rise from the ground, curling around them like a protective veil. The mist is soft and thick, enveloping them in its cool embrace. The shouts of the guards fades to the most distant muffled echoes, seeming almost distorted, as though the group had passed into another world, a place where sound and time move more slowly. "Keep moving," Holly urges. The group slips through the mist, their steps light and quiet, their bodies hidden from sight. The tunnels twist once more, and then suddenly they burst out of the tunnels into the cool night air. And then, from deep within the earth, a soft, muted rumble, a sound felt more than heard, as the vault collapses and the king's hoard is buried in the depths of the castle. Back in the village, the bonfire blazes high, its flames licking the sky. The air is thick with warmth, the fire's heat radiating outward, wrapping the villagers in its comforting embrace. Sparks float up lazily, carried by the soft breeze. Holly and her companions stand at the edge of the firelight, watching as the villagers laugh and dance, unaware of the events that have just transpired. There's lightness in the air, a sense of freedom that none of them quite understands yet. The king's power has crumbled, and with it, the heavy weight that pressed down on the kingdom. The warmth of the fire seeps gently into Holly's bones, so soft and so soothing, her body feeling heavy with exhaustion, but a good kind of tired, a tiredness that comes from knowing they've done something important, something that'll change the land. Bramwell, Fern, and Rowan all enjoy the experience and feel a deep sense of peace and calm. They don't need to say anything to each other. The moment just speaks for itself. They've done what they set out to do, and now the kingdom will change. The villagers will wake up to a new dawn, one where the king has no power. The next day, the king's court is silent. Once the heart of power and wealth, the grand hall now stands empty, its stone floors cold and bare. King sits slumped on the throne, his form hunched and weary. His richly embroidered robes hang heavily from his shoulders. His crown sits lopsided on his head. His mercenaries have deserted him, their loyalty bought with riches that no longer exist. The vault, the heart of his empire, is gone, buried beneath the castle, destroyed by the very animals who now stand in judgment before him. Holly stands at the front of the crowd, her heart light despite the gravity of this moment. Bramwell watches quietly, Rowan perching on a nearby railing. Fern, gazing at what's going on. The animals of the kingdom unite and take action. Each community votes to send 2 representatives who form a new parliament. They stand in a circle around the king's throne, their voices low as they decide his fate. The decision is made without any cruelty or malice, that the king will be exiled. With no power, he'll be reduced to nothing more than a distant memory. He can live out his days far from the kingdom. The forest clearing is bathed in the soft light of a new dawn, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the trees. Holly, Bramwell, Rowan and Fern gather beneath the oak, just as they did at the start of their journey. The kingdom which was once oppressed is now united. A new era has begun, one built on cooperation, compassion and hope. And they stand there, watching the morning sun, feeling a deep, peaceful, pleasant feeling wash over them, of deep relaxation and harmony and love for their land and curiosity about the future. They expect the kingdom to thrive, the people to prosper, and the land to know peace. The world around them now feels so light and bright, and they head off in their own directions. And Holly heads home to bed as the day draws to an end, and feeling a sense of achievement, and feeling like she's falling asleep to wake to a new day, to a new world, to a brighter future. She sleeps better than she slept for many years as she drifts and floats, so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep into slumberland. And on a crisp autumn evening, the air is clear and still, as though the world is taking a deep, quiet breath. Finn, a young fox with fur the colour of burnt umber, sits by his window, gazing out at the sleepy landscape beyond. The trees are shedding their leaves, and the sky is painted with hues of deep violet and indigo, as if dusk itself is curling up to rest. The candle-lit lantern sways ever so slightly on his windowsill, casting a soft, gentle, flickering glow that dances along the wooden floor. As Finn watches the last golden rays of sun disappear behind the hills, a faint stirring in the air draws his attention. The breeze is gentle, like a sigh carried on the wind, and it brings with it the scent of damp earth and distant bonfires. There's a peculiar stillness in the night, something almost expectant, as though the world is waiting for something to happen. His ears perk up, curiosity stirring inside him, like a leaf caught in a breeze. Outside his window, beneath the lantern's warm glow, something flutters. At first, it seems like a stray leaf caught in the gentle current of air, but then Finn notices it. A slip of parchment, delicate and worn, its edges curling slightly as if it has travelled through time itself. He opens the window, letting the cool night air brush against his fur, and reaches for the paper. It feels weightless in his paw, as though it might drift away at any moment. The parchment is old, perhaps even ancient, and the ink upon it shimmers faintly in the lantern's light, as if the words themselves are alive. Finn squints at the flowing script, reading aloud to himself the words curling around him like a soft, comforting blanket. You're invited to the candle-lit library, open only on All Hallows Eve. Come at midnight and discover the stories lost to time. The invitation is mysterious, its meaning cloaked in shadow. Yet, as Finn reads it, a strange feeling settles over him. A sense that this moment, this night, was meant for him. The cool air drifts past him again, gently ruffling his fur, and the distant rustle of leaves echoes softly through the stillness. It's as though the world itself is beckoning him, urging him to follow this strange path. Finn's heart flutters with excitement and curiosity. He's always loved stories, the way they weave worlds out of nothing and carry him far away from the familiar. But there's something more here, something deeper, pulling him in like the gentle tide of a quiet sea. The candle flickers once, twice, casting long shadows across the room, before settling into a steady glow. Finn feels a subtle shift in the air, as if the night itself is preparing for something wondrous, something secret. He knows, without needing to question it, that he must go. The library, wherever it may be, is waiting for him, its doors open only for those who choose to listen. With a soft exhale, Finn tucks the invitation into his coat and steps outside. The night is calm, the ground beneath his paws cool and damp. The lantern sways gently in the breeze, casting its warm light into the darkness as Finn sets off towards the unknown. The moon hangs low in the sky, a silver crescent casting long, sleepy shadows across the path ahead. Finn's paws move soundlessly over the earth, with footsteps merging with the silence of the night, quiet and unhurried. The cool air caresses his fur, wrapping around him like a soft, silken cloak as he walks deeper and deeper into the woods. The path winds lazily through the trees, their branches stretching overhead as though the forest itself is pulling him in. The leaves, still clinging to the last of their autumn colours, rustle gently in the breeze, a soothing sound that blends with the rhythmic pulse of Finn's steps. It feels as though the world is slowing down, each movement becoming softer, more deliberate, like a lullaby floating through the night. The ground beneath him is soft and damp with the memory of recent rain, and the earthy scent of moss and wood fills the air. And every now and then a leaf flutters down, spinning lazily in the moonlight, before landing soundlessly on the ground. Finn's senses feel heightened yet relaxed, attuned to the quiet harmony of the night. He breathes in deeply, the crispness of the air filling his lungs, and with each step, He feels himself sinking deeper and deeper into the calm, steady rhythm of the forest. The trees, tall and ancient, sway so gently in the night breeze, their branches creaking softly, as if they're sharing their secrets with the stars. As Finn walks, he can almost hear their murmurs, their quiet voices blending with the wind, speaking of times long past and mysteries held deep within their bark. It's a comforting sound lulling him further into the stillness of the night. The moon's light bathes everything in a soft silver glow, making the path ahead seem almost otherworldly. It stretches out before him, winding deeper and deeper into the forest, as though leading him towards something just beyond the reach of his imagination. Finn follows it without hesitation, his heart steady, his mind calm, as though the path is guiding him, not the other way round. Every so often, the air shifts, carrying with it the faint scent of distant fires, of wood smoke and pine, mingling with the rich, damp smell of the earth. It's a scent that makes Finn feel grounded, connected to the world around him. Yet it also stirs something deep within him, a quiet anticipation, a sense of being on the edge of discovery. As he moves deeper and deeper into the woods, the trees seem to part like the pages of a book, revealing more of the story with each step. The path winds onwards, inviting him to relax further into its rhythm, to let go of any lingering thoughts or worries. Finn breathes deeply, allowing the tranquility of the night to settle over him like a soft, warm blanket. His pace slows, his mind quiets, and with every step he feels himself sinking deeper and deeper into a peaceful reverie, as though the forest itself is guiding him to a place where dreams and stories blend together. And as he continues to venture deeper into the woods, he eventually discovers the candle-lit library, bathed in the gentle glow of hundreds of flickering candles that line its towering walls. Its structure is ancient, made of stone that seems to shimmer softly under the moonlight, as though it holds memories of countless stories within its very foundation. The building rises tall, its roof disappearing into the mist that clings to the highest branches of the surrounding trees. Vines crawl up its sides, thick and tangled, their leaves rustling softly in the night breeze. The warm light from the candles casts a golden hue over everything, making the shadows long and soft, stretching out lazily along the ground, as though even they are resting. Finn pauses at the entrance, his heart fluttering with a quiet excitement. There's something about the library that feels both inviting and mysterious, as though it's waiting for him to step inside and uncover its secrets. The air smells of aged wood and forgotten parchment, an aroma filling Finn's senses with calm and curiosity. He steps forward, and as he pushes the heavy wooden door open, it groans softly, as though waking from a long slumber. The warm light from the candles spills out, enveloping him in its comforting glow, and for a moment he feels as if he's stepping into a different world altogether, a world where time moves slower, where the air itself hums with the quiet presence of stories waiting to be told. Inside, the library is vast, far larger than it had appeared from the outside. Shelves upon shelves of books spiral upward, vanishing into the dim light above. The ceiling, high and arched, is adorned with soft, glowing lanterns, swaying gently, casting a rhythmic pattern of light and shadow over the room. The floorboards beneath Finn's paws creak softly. The sounds of pages being turned, echoing from the shelves. And everywhere there's a sense of calm. The air is filled with dust and history, a scent that speaks of books long forgotten, their pages yellowed with time. Finn has a feeling of drifting deeply and comfortably into the most pleasant reverie, as if the library is lulling him into a quiet dream. Each step he takes is met with the softest muffled thud of his paws on the carpet lining the centre of the floor, guiding him deeper and deeper into the heart of the library. And the books here are old. Many of their spines are cracked and faded, but there's something alive about them, as though they're breathing, waiting for someone to come and awaken the stories within. Finn can feel it, the weight of untold tales resting gently in the air, as if the library itself is alive, not in words but in soft creaks of wood, in the gentle flicker of candlelight, inviting him to lose himself in the vast sea of stories that stretch endlessly before him. There's a warmth here, a quiet comfort that fills Finn with a sense of belonging, as though this place has been waiting for him patiently for years. He moves deeper and deeper into the library, his steps slow and deliberate. And as he walks, He can feel the stories, their presence all around him. The stillness is so complete that it almost feels as if the world outside has disappeared entirely. The flicker of candles, creating a rhythmic dance of light and shadows. And then he notices from somewhere between the towering shelves, a sound breaks the quiet, a soft, melodic hum, rising and falling gently, like a breeze playing through the leaves of a distant forest. The sound is faint at first, barely more than a suggestion of music. But as he walks, so the sound grows stronger. He follows the sound until he reaches a corner of the library where the light is dimmer, more intimate, and the shelves are packed even more tightly with books, their spines worn and frayed from centuries of use. And standing in the soft glow of a single lantern is a figure, an owl, her feathers the colour of silver moonlight, perched on a low wooden table, her eyes closed as she hums softly to herself, her wings folded neatly at her sides, their tips glinting faintly in the candlelight, her body seeming to glow with a soft ethereal light. And Finn watches her in silence for a moment, captivated by the gentle rhythmic quality of her hum, the way it fills the air with a sense of calm. It makes him want to sit down and listen forever. There's something ancient about her, something wise and timeless, as though she has seen countless stories come and go, and carries them all within her. Without opening her eyes, the owl speaks, her voice soft and soothing like a lullaby. "I've been waiting for you, Finn." Her words surprise him, but they also feel right, as though this meeting was always meant to happen. "You know my name?" Finn asks, stepping closer, his voice quiet in the stillness of the library. The owl slowly opens her eyes. They glow with a soft, golden light, reflecting the flickering flames of the candles around them. Of course, this is the candle-lit library, and I'm its guardian, Evelyn. There is kindness in her gaze, a warmth that makes Finn feel instantly at ease. He steps closer, his curiosity growing. The library. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. It feels alive. Evelyn smiles gently, her feathers ruffling slightly. It is alive in its own way. Every story here holds a piece of life, a fragment of a world once imagined. And this library, it's been waiting for someone to complete a story that was left unfinished long ago. Finn's heart skips a beat. An unfinished story? Evelyn nods slowly, her gaze never leaving his. Yes, a story that was never completed and without an ending. The balance of the library has been disturbed. The story is trapped, suspended in time, waiting for someone like you to bring it to its conclusion. Finn feels a deep sense of purpose stirring within him, a quiet but powerful urge to help. How do I finish it? The owl's eyes soften, her voice becoming quieter, almost a murmur. You'll find the way. The library will guide you, as will I. But for now, rest. Let the stories around you calm your heart. The journey ahead requires both patience and courage. Finn feels a warmth spread through his chest. He looks around the library once more, at the endless shelves of books waiting to be discovered. The air thick with possibility, with stories untold, and yet at the same time it feels like the safest, most restful place in the world. The shelves around them seem to stretch endlessly, a forest of towering bookcases filled with volumes untouched for centuries. The faint scent of old parchment and leather fills Finn's nose. As they walk, the soft glow of the candles create long, fluid shadows dancing along the floor, seeming to match the rhythm of Finn's own steps. Evelyn moves gracefully beside him. Her presence is calm and steady. How did the story get lost? Finn asks. The story was never completed because its author disappeared before it could be finished. It's a story like no other, woven with magic and dreams, and without its ending the balance of the library is unsettled. Stories need to be told. They need their endings, or they become restless, wandering like dreams that never wake. Am I supposed to finish it? He asks. Evelyn turns her gaze back to him. Yes, but you won't be alone. They continue walking along the edge of the shelves. At the centre of the library, where the shelves part and the ceiling seems to stretch impossibly high, Finn sees a grand, spiralling staircase. It winds upwards, its steps carved from dark, polished wood, each one reflecting the soft glow of the candles. The staircase seems to go on forever, disappearing into the shadows above. Evelyn and Finn begin to ascend the staircase. As they ascend, the air grows softer, warmer. The candlelight becomes more diffuse, seeming to almost blur the edges of the room, until it feels like they're no longer in the library at all, but somewhere between worlds, in a place where the boundary between dreams and reality has softened. The stairs beneath Finn's paws feel less solid, almost as though they're made of clouds. He feels himself sinking deeper and deeper to the gentle rhythm of the ascent. At the top of the staircase, they find a door carved from a pale, shimmering wood, glowing with its own inner light. Evelyn and Finn step through this door. Evelyn explains that this is the portal of dreams. Beyond this door, the boundaries between stories and dreams blur. It's a place where endings are found, where lost pages return. As they step through that door, the world shifts around them. Finn notices that his steps feel more like walking on silk than soil. Before him he sees a vast forest of ancient trees with twisted trunks rising high into a misty air. Each tree is a guardian of untold stories. Silver mist seems to cling to the roots of the trees, weaving its way between the trees. The leaves overhead glowing faintly, their light pulsing gently, as if they're breathing. As Finn watches those leaves, he notices one of the glowing leaves detach from a tree and flutter so gracefully to the ground, carried by an almost unseen breeze. As it lands, it shimmers faintly, and Finn notices the ghostly outline of words on the leaf. The forest seems to murmur with a quiet energy. Finn finds his ears catch snippets of stories, fragments of memories, half-finished thoughts, all carried on the mist like echoes of something once known. Each step he takes sinks him deeper and deeper into the experience. He finds his body relaxing more, his muscles unwinding, absorbed in the dreamlike atmosphere. And as they move deeper and deeper into the forest, the branches intertwining overhead, Finn's eyes are drawn to the leaves again, watching as another leaf drifts lazily to the ground. He picks it up, and as he does, the leaf dissolves into a fine, shimmering dust. And for a brief moment, he sees the shape of a story, a young traveller lost in the woods, searching for a way home. But before Finn can grasp the full meaning, the dust vanishes, and the story slips away, leaving only a lingering memory. Evelyn speaks softly. These are the tales that were forgotten, stories that were left behind, their endings never written. They wander here, in the forest of forgotten tales, waiting for someone to bring them back to life. After what feels like hours, Finn and Evelyn arrive at the edge of the forest, where the trees give way to a wide, slow-moving river. The water seems so still that it mirrors the sky above, the moon and stars shimmering on its surface. The river stretches out before them, silent and calm. The air is different by the river, carrying a gentle cool breeze, tickling through Finn's fur. The ground beneath his paws is now cool and damp with the moisture of the river. He feels a sense of deep calm wash over him, as though the river itself is inviting him to rest, to let go of all worries and drift into its gentle current. This is the river of reverie, Evelyn says. It holds the flow of stories that never end, a continuous current of thoughts and dreams that drift without conclusion. You must cross the river, but do so with an open heart, allowing your thoughts to drift freely like the water. Finn gazes at the river, its surface reflecting the sky. He feels a gentle pull of the water, not a physical force, but a quiet invitation asking him to let go, relax, and trust the flow of the river. At the riverbank, he notices a small wooden boat. He steps into the boat, his movements slow and deliberate, as he pushes off from the shore. And the boat moves slowly, almost imperceptibly. The river is so still. The boat rocks so gently, lulling him deeper and deeper into relaxation. He finds his mind quietening, his body sinking into relaxation, into the boat's soft embrace. His thoughts becoming light and airy like clouds drifting by. The edges of his consciousness blurring with the world around him. And that boat continues to drift gently to the far shore. And on the far side, he continues to search, and he finds a hidden alcove tucked away between ancient towering trees, covered in vines thick with ivy and delicate flowers. A golden glow seems to spill from in this location, casting soft patterns of light across the ground. The space seems so intimate, lit with a soft golden glow. And in the centre of this space is a smooth, weathered stone pedestal with a single book, its cover worn with age. The book seems to hum with a faint, ancient power, as if it's been waiting here for centuries. With each step he takes towards that book, he feels increasingly peaceful and calm. And the second he touches the book, he feels an instant connection, a gentle warmth spreading through him, as though the book recognizes him and welcomes him. He carefully opens the book, begins to turn the pages, and while he turns the pages, he can feel the lost words. He can feel the lost story. He closes his eyes, breathes deeply, and lets his mind relax. He allows his thoughts to drift like leaves on a stream. And as he does, the story under his fingertips begins to take shape. Words start to flow from him, not from his mind, but from somewhere deeper, as though he's drawing them through that river and onto the pages here, where he's bringing them back to life. And the pages begin to fill with the missing writing. Finn's paws move gently across those pages, but the story itself is guiding his paws and writing itself under his paws. He doesn't rush, takes his time. He lets each word, each sentence fall into place, like the pieces of a puzzle finding their home, until the story is complete and the last page is filled, and he feels a deep sense of peace settle over him, and closes the book and heads out of this alcove, meets back up with Evelyn, and heads back to the candle-lit library. And on his journey back to the library, he feels lighter, as if a great weight has been lifted from him. He feels a deeper sense of inner peace and calm, of understanding of the world around him, of the stories people tell and live by, and the point in their stories that different people are at as they continue their own journeys. And back in the library, Evelyn confirms that Finn has completed his task, that completing the story has restored balance to the library The lost voices have found their way home. There is no longer a ghost hanging over the library. The stories are now complete. The library now has its voice back. Evelyn thanks Finn for his help before beginning to shimmer until she's more light than owl. "I'll leave you now," she says. "The library is at peace." She fades into the warm candlelight, her presence drifting away like a soft dream. Finn leaves the library, can see how clear the sky looks, the stars twinkling so softly, the moon casting its silver light over the world, the forest quiet and calm as if everything has settled down into a deep and restful sleep. He finds his way back home, settles down at home before going to bed, where he drifts and floats so peacefully, so relaxed asleep, into slumberland.